podcast. algo yo estaba en La Habana y vamos a la fruta, va a Pipite. Todavía antes, cuando estaba en la universidad todavía, que estaba en el centro, estaba ahí, y llegamos a pero verdad, pero fue un chin tiempo y después, bueno, a él lo sustituyeron ella se graduó el mismo
But now they're seeing it's not, so we're trying to figure out how we can help to at least have some. Because just let me know what
el tema parece fue el servidor del dedicado el cabro la mamá
Okay, so originally, because we never have something to give each other some kind of so now we're trying to To bring some so we can I'm guessing we're not going to video. We had to go through the secretaries together.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Les ofrecemos pasar por café, agua, jugo, que nos conozcamos un poquito antes de comenzar el evento formalmente, aprovechar para que hagamos un poquito de networking. Entonces al lado izquierdo pueden encontrar café, jugo, agua y comenzamos en 10 minutos. Welcome everyone, good morning. We will start the formal event in 10 minutes, so we invite you to network and have some coffee, water or tea. At your left you can get it. At your left you can get it. Wine and coffee.
Translation was just John. Hola. Where are you from? Yeah, I was looking at your name. That's funny. Very nice practice.
And what is the director of the system? Yeah,
Faire de la négociation. En arrière.
Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test.
This is gonna be better, I guess. Oh, you're trying to test.
Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Probando. 1, 2. Test.
It's working.
Test.
It's working.
Yes.
But I can. The thing is, what is
Muy buenos días, ahora sí vamos a dar inicio al evento. Good morning everyone. We will start now our event. Thank you for being here. This event will have translation services, so please take your time to scan the code and use your headphones. If you don't get this, the code, some of my colleagues from the WCS will share in paper the code. So, welcome to the event Scaling 30 by 30 Marine Planning through Sub-Regional Cooperation. My name is Pamela Castillo. I serve as 30 by 30 Marine Director at the Wildlife Conservation Society. We are honored to co-host this event in partnership with the governments of the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Haiti, and Jamaica, as well as the technical secretariats of the Caribbean Biological Corridor and the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor, CEMAR, and with the support from the Global Network of MPA Networks, the Ocean Foundation, Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, and the Fundación Pacífico. As 2030 rapidly approaches, the urgency for our mission becomes clear. We need innovative mechanisms and partnerships to accelerate progress toward the ambitious target of protecting 30% of our ocean spaces by 2030. This goal, often referred to as Target 3, requires us to prioritize areas essential for biodiversity ecosystem function and critical marine services through networks of marine protected areas and other effective conservation measures. Platforms like CEMAR and CBC are well positioned to lead the charge in advancing marine spatial planning on a regional scale to achieve these crucial goals. CEMAR, now 20 years strong, has made impressive strides in marine conservation across its 4 members countries, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Panama, who together have already protected 30% of their exclusive economic zones. The lessons learned from CEMAR and its journeys offer a roadmap for other regions. Countries involved in the CDC such as the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico, are now to benefit from the insights CEMAR has gathered around political collaboration, technical support, and access to funding. With that introduction, I'm thrilled to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Sue Lieberman, Vice President of International Policy of Wildlife Conservation Society, to share her opening remarks. Welcome.
Gracias, Pamela. I don't need to stand here because I don't have slides, and I apologize that I'm speaking in English. If anyone needs translation, it was up there before, but people from WCS can share that with you. I will keep my remarks very brief because we're running late, and we have some very exciting speakers to talk today, our partners in governments who will have much more to say than I can say. But I just want to say that the ocean is the majority of our planet. And I'm not saying oceans. There is one ocean, and we are all connected by that ocean. So when we talk about the oceans, whether areas beyond national jurisdiction, coastal areas, coral reefs are vital, critical to our future on this planet, to biodiversity, to nature, to resilience to climate change, to health, human well-being, livelihoods. There is no alternative to work together for biodiversity of marine ecosystems. All of you are here, and we're talking, first of all, we're in the Coral Reef Pavilion, which is very exciting. The work in coral is a high priority to us at WCS, but also to all of you. And it's incredibly important when we talk about particularly Target 3, 30 by 30, at least 30% protected and conserved. It's really okay to conserve more than 30%. We also need to look at the other 70% and ensure that is all managed sustainably. So I'm really excited to hear from governments and partners in the Pacific and of course in the wider Caribbean about your efforts at conservation and protection of the marine environment, both offshore and coastally, and how that will deliver on the commitments that governments made just 2 years ago, and we all together have only 5 years more to deliver on the incredibly ambitious global biodiversity framework. More importantly, there is no time to lose on conservation. We all have to work together, and in particularly, we are all here because we are passionate about the ocean. So together we need to work and not leave Kali here without agreeing to future commitments for collaboration on Target 3, but also Target 1, because you can't protect or conserve without planning it spatially, knowing what you have, doing the science, but all of the targets as well. So I'll leave you with that because we have some very exciting speakers, some very honorable guests who are going to share with us. And thank you very much for joining us this morning. To you, Camilla.
Thank you, Sue, for remembering us that we cannot achieve Target 3 without the rest of the DBF in alignment, and for your inspiring words. So for getting to 30 by 30 means that we need to identify key areas that are crucial for marine biodiversity. To share insights on the data available and ongoing, I'm pleased to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Kendall Jones, a conservation planning expert from WCS.
Cool, thanks. Do you want to get that? Sorry. Thanks, Pamela. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'm Kendall Jones. I'm the Director of Ecosystem Science and Planning with the Wildlife Conservation Society. And like Pamela said, we're here today to talk about 30 by 30. Governments are committed to massively scaling up marine protection efforts, but it's not just about protecting any old place, anywhere. It's really about identifying the most critically important areas for biodiversity, for ecosystem functions, and for ecosystem services. And there's actually a little bit of lack of guidance on how that can be done and what kinds of data sets are available and approaches are available under the GBF and the monitoring framework. And in fact, there's a whole host of existing data sets and approaches and standards that have already been used and are ongoing to identify those areas of particular importance for marine biodiversity, and that's really informative for 30 by 30 planning. So you have things like ecologically and biologically significant marine areas, EBSAs. You have important marine mammal areas, IMMAs. You have important shark and ray areas, ISRAs. You have key biodiversity areas, KBAs, and you've probably heard these things mentioned throughout the COP. There's also important marine turtle areas, IMTAs, which have a standard that's been produced and which identification is just beginning. So all of these approaches provide really useful information on specific geographical areas that are home to particularly important biodiversity. So that's things like threatened species, geographically restricted species, ecosystems, places with high ecological integrity, and places that are really important for species life history events like breeding, aggregation sites, spawning sites. And they capture information on qualitative and quantitative data on both the location and the threats to those particular elements of biodiversity. So that provides really crucial information for governments, for partners, for NGOs who are looking to prioritize places for expansion of MPAs and OECMs under Target 3, but also for the GBF planning more broadly. So I'm excited to announce that the IUCN is launching a guidance document around these approaches to identify particular areas of importance for marine biodiversity. We're launching that today. It's available at the QR code there or on the IUCN website. And really it's intended to be a very practical guide. It's only 8 to 10 pages, showcasing all those different approaches, how they work, and how they can be applied to inform GBF planning and monitoring across not just Target 3, but all of the GBF. So, for example, these kinds of approaches are really important for Target 1 on spatial planning, helping to feed directly into those planning processes and identify critical areas. And Target 1 obviously then feeds into a whole host of other GBF goals and targets. So for Target 2, they can guide the location of restoration efforts. For Target 3, 30 by 30, these approaches are critical for identifying places for MPA expansion or OECM designation. Under Target 4, you can target your actions towards important places for threatened species. And it even goes to things like Target 10 on fisheries sustainability, where you can target management measures to these places that are critical for particular elements of biodiversity. So that's really important for things like species that are sensitive to bycatch, large mammals, sharks, that kind of thing. And this is just some of the targets for which these approaches are really useful and which are highlighted in the guidance document. So to summarize, there's already data that's available for all countries to inform GBF planning. So these approaches, at least one or more has been applied in each country. So the Caribbean, for example, has EBSAs, has some KBAs, but ongoing identification is really a priority and should be supported. So that would mean things like forming KBA national coordination groups to identify KBAs, especially for ecosystems and ecological integrity, which have been less applied, as well as support for the regional approaches like EBSAs, IMMAs, and ISRAs. It's also important that robust 30 by 30 conservation planning still happens. So these approaches help you to identify important sites, but you still need systematic conservation planning to make sure that your MPA networks are comprehensive and adequate and represent all elements of biodiversity. And it's really useful for planning not only for Target 3, like we're going to hear about today, but also for the GBF more broadly, the goals and targets throughout that. So this link takes you back to the document again, or it's on the IUCN website, and thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Kendall, for reminding us that 30 by 30 is not about square kilometers, it's of quality of square kilometers. And then if it is a challenge to identify these areas and the process that it takes to do it in the right way, inclusive way, equitable way, it is more challenge to think about how to give effective management to the existing and the new MPAs that we require or OECMs that we are working to create. So what are that blue skills that rangers and co-managers need to do conservation reality in the field. And for answering this question, I'm pleased to welcome Puri Canals, who is leading a global initiative to find answers and to give some tools to effective management. Welcome, Puri.
Muchas gracias, Pamela. Muy buenos días a todos. ¿Puedo hablar en castellano?
En español,
Sí,
sí.
sí.
Vale, ok. Creo que la audiencia, la mayoría entendéis. Primero que nada, encantada de estar aquí con todos ustedes y me parece que este tipo de debate que va de lo más político, más global, a lo más real, cotidiano, que es el manejo, es fundamental en la COP y en cualquier encuentro que pretenda contribuir a la conservación del océano. Comparto las palabras dichas por la vicepresidenta de WCS de que es el océano. Y me gustaría empezar, antes de responder a la pregunta de Pamela, por decir, ayer estaba participando en otro side event de la iniciativa Let's Be Nice to the Ocean. Es una iniciativa que promueve el principio de protección en todo el océano. Y este principio responde también al comentario de que ¿qué hacemos con el otro 70%? Si alcanzamos el 30%, ¿qué hacemos con el 70%? Si no conservamos también el 70%, ese 30 no lo vamos a poder gestionar, no lo vamos a poder conservar con sus valores. Por lo tanto, esta visión de conexión global es importantísima. No obstante, para llegar a este 100% de protección, que no quiere decir de no pescar y no hacer explotación, sino de hacerla de manera adecuada, que no cause daños, para llegar ahí tenemos que pasar por el 30. Si podemos llegar a este 30 en el 2030, como nos propone el Global Biodiversity Framework, estupendo. Pero el reto no está solo en dibujar un 30% en nuestros mapas, está en manejar adecuadamente este 30%. Si tenemos en cuenta que hoy solo tenemos un 8% aproximado a nivel mundial declarado de protección, pero prácticamente en todas las regiones, más de la mitad de estos espacios declarados de protección no cuentan con planes de manejo, no cuentan con financiación y no cuentan con equipos preparados. Suele ir junto la financiación y la preparación de los equipos, pero bueno, se puede trabajar independientemente. Esos serían dos aspectos. Entonces, ¿qué son los aspectos importantes a promover rápidamente para que tengamos personal realmente preparado haciendo un trabajo efectivo? Ese es un reto muy grande y yo llevo años trabajando, he estado 15 años presidiendo la red mediterránea de gestores de áreas marinas protegidas, MEDPAN, tengo a mi compañera que representa la organización aquí, y desde esa iniciativa también, conectando con otras redes en otros lugares del mundo, pues decidimos que era muy importante que esta voz de los gestores, de las personas que están ahí in situ, y también las estructuras administrativas responsables de este manejo, porque esto no se hace solo estando ahí, tiene que formar parte de un sistema en el nivel local, en el nivel nacional, y para el océano, como mínimo, en el nivel regional, porque si no tenemos una visión regional, es muy difícil tener los resultados que pretendemos. Por eso me parece súper interesante el debate aquí con el Corredor Biológico del Caribe y con el CEMAR, porque son iniciativas que empiezan por esa perspectiva regional. Entonces nosotros decidimos trabajar con distintas organizaciones de distintas regiones del océano mundial para intercambiar nuestros conocimientos en cómo apoyar mejor a los gestores, cómo reforzar ese nivel de manejo, respondiendo también a lo que es la implementación de esas políticas del CBD o de convenios de mares regionales o políticas ya puestas en el nivel nacional. Pero hace falta apoyar esa dimensión, ¿no? Estamos trabajando ahí. ¿Y qué es lo que me gustaría resaltar? Pues nosotros no podemos, nadie puede mandar a todos sus gestores a hacer un máster de 2 años a la universidad sobre manejo efectivo de áreas marinas protegidas. Sería fantástico, pero no tenemos ni el tiempo ni los recursos. Entonces necesitamos darles esas habilidades lo más rápido posible y de forma que se autoactualicen de manera continua, porque los retos van cambiando. Precisamente todas las transformaciones que estamos viviendo asociadas o no al cambio climático o a otros cambios que promovemos los humanos requieren de habilidades nuevas continuamente. Entonces, por eso es muy importante el trabajo de las redes de gestores de áreas marinas protegidas, porque ahí lo que estamos creando son espacios de encuentro y espacios de formación muy detallada sobre esos elementos que ellos necesitan. Les voy a poner un ejemplo. La efectividad del manejo es una de las cosas que más nos preocupa. pero no todos sabemos medirla, no es fácil medirla en el medio marino, es muy difícil de hecho. Entonces, una de las cosas que hicimos un test hace un par de años fue una formación esta era toda en español, para países de toda América Latina y también varias áreas protegidas de España, donde 21 managers formaron parte de esta formación que era uniforme en cuanto a la metodología, pero preparada esa metodología desde del foro patagónico, con distintos docentes de América Latina, y la crearon de manera que esa misma metodología cada uno la podía aplicar a áreas marinas muy distintas. Teníamos áreas marinas desde la Antártida, todo el continente americano, Caribe y Mediterráneo. Entonces, cada uno tiene una realidad distinta, ecológica, sociocultural, pero tenemos que encontrar esos puntos de encuentro. Y la otra cosa que es fundamental es que ellos puedan intercambiar, que los managers conozcan a otros managers, que sientan que forman parte de una comunidad que les da apoyo técnico, pero también apoyo emocional, porque muchas veces yo he trabajado como manager y uno de los problemas que tienes con áreas marinas protegidas es que estás más solo que la una. ¿Vale? La sensación de aislamiento, incluso con tus redes de espacios protegidos en tu país, la mayoría son terrestres, los retos son totalmente distintos. Tener esa comunidad de apoyo técnico y también de familia es importantísima, y ahí podríamos, no voy a hacerlo ahora porque no es el objetivo, pero podríamos detallar 1000 temas de aspectos de conexión también científica, darles la conexión con la comunidad científica que nos puede dar cada vez mejor información para tomar mejores decisiones. Esto no lo puede hacer normalmente un manager solo, pero sí lo puede hacer si tiene una red que le apoye. Así que eso es lo que quería aportar aquí, y estos intercambios regionales como el que tenemos hoy es probablemente lo que mejor funciona para ir al grano sin perder la perspectiva global. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, porque yo creo que la efectividad de manejo es tan crítica como identificar los sitios correctos para la conservación y entender desde el campo, desde el equipo, desde las necesidades de quienes están haciendo la conservación realidad en campo, en las operaciones, en las cosas más simples y más sencillas. Hay que tenerlas en cuenta cuando estamos discutiendo en el marco global, mover del Eastern Tropical Pacífico, perdón el español, ya muchas semanas de estar moviendo en los dos idiomas, que tienen y que hoy vienen a compartir como 4 países, no es la suma de uno por uno, sino cómo 4 países han avanzado en la conservación marina en la región. Bienvenido.
Hola, muchísimas gracias Pamela, muchísimas gracias por la invitación, gracias a todos. Un placer para mí estar acá, intentar conversarles un poco acerca de una iniciativa regional, una iniciativa que tiene unas características peculiares y que vamos a intentar verlas rápidamente por cuestión de tiempo. Como indicó Pamela, mi nombre es secretario técnico pro tempore del Corredor Marino del Pacífico Este Tropical, o CEMAR, como generalmente se conoce. Como les mencionaba, tenemos unas características bastante interesantes. Nosotros somos una iniciativa generada desde los ministerios de ambiente de Costa Rica, Ecuador, Colombia y Panamá, quienes previo a 2004 estuvieron trabajando una serie de acciones que mostraban una gran conectividad entre diferentes áreas oceánicas en estos países, y decidieron agruparse para intentar proteger, para intentar conservar, pero también para darle un manejo sostenible a los recursos que están en la zona. Entonces, el CEMAR es una iniciativa voluntaria totalmente. No tenemos un documento jurídicamente vinculante que nos obligue a ejecutar las acciones que estamos haciendo. Es una iniciativa regional, trabajando en la porción central del Pacífico Este Tropical, y es una iniciativa que busca proteger y conservar estos recursos. Todo este trabajo lo hace muy apoyado y muy de cerca con una gran cantidad de socios que incluyen a la sociedad civil, que incluyen a otros gobiernos, que incluyen a otras iniciativas, pero que también incluyen a la cooperación internacional, que es tan importante para poder llevar esto a cabo, y una gran cantidad de organizaciones no gubernamentales. En conjunto, tanto el CEMAR con estos socios busca establecer estrategias regionales que permitan a estos gobiernos poder diseñar acciones que promuevan esa conservación entre estos 4 países. Cuando arrancó la iniciativa en 2004 se establecieron áreas núcleo, que son las que conforman al CEMAR. En su momento fueron 5 áreas núcleo, áreas de una característica ecológica sin igual en la zona, con una característica de biodiversidad increíble, con un alto grado de endemismo y sobre todo con una gran cantidad de acciones de conectividad entre diferentes grupos, que es lo que genera la base del corredor marino del Pacífico este tropical. A lo largo de los primeros casi 20 años estuvimos trabajando con estas áreas marinas protegidas, estas 5 áreas marinas protegidas como áreas núcleo, y luego dentro de la estructura del corredor hay un cuerpo, un brazo operativo muy fuerte. Yo siempre digo que es el centro de máquinas del corredor, que es el comité técnico. Y ese comité técnico tiene especialistas de los 4 países que ayudan a generar, a diseñar y a evaluar una serie de propuestas y actividades para que el corredor siga ejecutando lo que está llamado a ejecutar. Desde ese comité técnico, en 2023 se promueve la posibilidad de revisar todas las áreas marinas que contienen estos países para evaluar la posibilidad de traerlas al CEMAR como nuevas áreas núcleo, basados en los principios de conectividad, biodiversidad y ecología. Y a día de hoy, el corredor marino ha duplicado la cantidad de áreas marinas protegidas que lo conforman, generando el mapa que tenemos en este momento en la diapositiva. Este mapa es sumamente interesante, este mapa duplica las áreas marinas protegidas, pero a mí lo que más me gusta de este mapa es que empieza a unir los bloques que necesitamos que estén juntos. Empieza a unir los bloques en donde ya sabemos que tenemos que prestar atención especial para poder lograr eso que queremos. Hay que tener muy claro que dependiendo de lo que hagamos a nuestro océano, dependiendo de cómo lo hagamos en el océano, asimismo va a repercutir en lo que hacemos nosotros en el resto de las actividades que generamos como países, como región, incluso como planeta. Aquí, no quisiera extenderme, pero si ya ustedes ven, tenemos áreas entre los 4 países que ya conectan, independientemente que sean jurisdicciones distintas. Ya vemos muy claramente cómo está conectado Costa Rica con Ecuador, muy claramente cómo está conectado Colombia con Panamá. Y esto se logra aprovechando justamente esos cuerpos de trabajo que apoyan dentro y desde afuera al CEMAR con la generación de nuevos conocimientos, o con la generación de información científica que permite tomar acciones y decisiones correctas, basadas en ciencia. Entonces, con todo ese equipo de trabajo generando esta información, podemos empezar a diseñar lo que ecológicamente en realidad ocurre, no lo que políticamente hemos dividido y gestionado nosotros como países. Entonces, este mapa, repito, me encanta, pero me gusta mucho más este otro, cuando empezamos a ponerle todos los movimientos de los organismos, bueno, no todos, pero los que nuestros socios como Migramar han podido dar seguimiento para evidenciar lo que todos ya conocíamos y lo que todos ya manejábamos. Cómo esto es una red de movimientos sumamente intrincada entre una gran cantidad de organismos distintos, reptiles como las tortugas, mamíferos, peces como los tiburones, en fin, una gran cantidad de grupos que nos indican que en vez de estar separados, más bien estamos súper conectados. Y no solamente entre las regiones oceánicas, que es el ámbito del CEMAR, sino también entre esas regiones oceánicas y las regiones costeras, que tienen, y ustedes sabrán muy bien, toda esa conexión comprobada científicamente a lo largo de muchos años. Pero el CEMAR también le está indicando que esos movimientos no solamente se dan entre nosotros 4, entre nuestros 4 países, sino que la movilidad de estas especies altamente migratorias va mucho más allá. Recordando que el CEMAR es una iniciativa política y no es una iniciativa basada como una ecorregión, porque pertenecemos más bien al corredor del Pacífico este tropical. Entonces, Esto es lo más importante, esto es, aunque se vea muy bonito, es lo que en realidad nos indica qué es lo que somos y hacia dónde debemos apuntar. El corredor no es una iniciativa que busca hacer una mega área protegida entre Costa Rica y Ecuador. No lo es. Nunca lo ha sido y nunca lo ha pretendido ser. Es más bien una zona en donde se espera poder proteger y conservar, pero sí permitir que esa gran cantidad de usuarios puedan generar un valor económico, responsable y sosteniblemente a esos recursos que comparten. ¿Cómo se logra esto? Que era una de las preguntas que hablaba yo con Pamela ayer, si no me falla la memoria, ya no me acuerdo ni qué día ando. Pero esto se logra primeramente con compromiso de Estado, no de gobierno. Una iniciativa de 20 años no se puede basar en un gobierno que en nuestras regiones son de 4, máximo 5 años. Esto demuestra una gran seriedad de los cuales...
Ver el trabajo del SEMAR en 20 años, la ciencia que se ha generado, la movilización de fondos que se ha generado y sobre todo la voluntad política que, como nos recuerda don Julio, porque es un compromiso de Estado. Al otro lado, si cruzamos por el canal de Panamá y nos vamos al Caribe, también hay un corredor y países que han venido trabajando durante 17 años también, uniendo esfuerzos para poder asegurar la biodiversidad marina para su economía, pero también para la prosperidad de sus poblaciones. Después de esta presentación tenemos una discusión con los ministros que nos acompañan hoy, pero debido al tiempo vamos a invitar a presentar el corredor biológico del Caribe, el señor Nicasio Viña, y también por razones de tiempo y compromisos previos vamos a invitar al señor José Ramón Reyes, viceministro de los Recursos Marinos y Costeros de República Dominicana, quien nos va a comentar cuáles son los retos que enfrentan los países del Caribe al implementar el 30x30 y la importancia del CEVP. Bienvenido, ministro. Nos honra su presencia.
Muy buenos días a todos. La República Dominicana y nosotros con el tema del corredor enfrentamos bastantes retos. Como muchos de ustedes ya saben, la República Dominicana es el primer país de la región del Caribe en lograr cumplir con la meta de la protección del 30% de nuestras áreas marinas, lo que nos supone un compromiso enorme de dar continuidad en el manejo efectivo de nuestras áreas y la aspiración de nosotros liderar el camino para nuestro vecino del Caribe. Nosotros enfrentamos una serie de retos importantes y pensamos, siguen siendo los mismos retos que van a tener los otros países del Caribe. El primero de estos es la capacidad técnica y científica para investigar espacios marinos amplios y profundos. En el caso de la República Dominicana, pudimos contar con el apoyo de Colombia, quienes nos colaboraron en el diseño y la implementación del plan de investigación, y que luego, en la propia expedición, técnicos de Colombia nos pudieron también acompañar y darnos el seguimiento. Por esto es de suma importancia la relación y la colaboración entre los países. En segundo, el financiamiento. Para esto necesitamos o precisamos de financiamiento para realizar las expediciones. Contar con personal dedicado y procesar todos los datos en interés de desarrollar la argumentación necesaria para complementar el objeto de conservación que al momento se encuentra poco representado por nuestro Sistema Nacional de Áreas Protegidas. Aunque debemos subrayar que que debemos subrayar, que la cobertura de protección de todos los países del Caribe sobre las zonas abisales es muy poca. Solo el objeto de conservación relacionado a paisajes submarinos es una ganancia importante para nosotros. La representación de valores es importantísimo para la conservación. Todos tenemos limitaciones importantes de equipos, instrumentos, tecnología para trabajar en áreas remotas y profundas. Es muy importante que podamos encontrar la vía para hacer más asequible este tipo de necesidades. Aquí la colaboración y compartir experiencias y capacidades técnicas entre todos vuelve a ser muy relevante para cumplir con el proceso. Por último, el desafío importantísimo de la voluntad y el empoderamiento político y social para cumplir con nuestro compromiso en el marco global sobre la biodiversidad, porque esto es lo que abre la llave para la colaboración regional, para canalizar el financiamiento, para aumentar las capacidades y fomentar una cultura de asimilación de que los océanos son más que nuestras hermosas playas, y de no cuidar de esto, nuestra misma vida estaría en peligro. No puedo concluir sin recordarle que nadie debe sentirse solo, ninguno de nosotros debe sentirse solo, porque estamos aquí, debemos de trabajar juntos los países de la región y buscar también el financiamiento, buscarlo juntos, que sea conjunto, o sea, que todos nos unamos para lograr este objetivo, principalmente para que la región pueda salvaguardar el 30% de nuestra superficie marina. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias por reforzar de que juntos podemos avanzar más rápido. La ciencia, la tecnología y resolver el reto que enfrentamos. Bienvenido, don Nicasio, secretario técnico del Corredor Biológico del Caribe.
Muchas gracias. Sí, por favor. Muchas gracias. Les puedo garantizar que no había visto las presentaciones anteriores. O sea, no las conocía, las vi hoy. Y que los mensajes no estaban coordinados. Vamos a rápidamente decir que es el Corredor Biológico del Caribe, aunque si cogen lo que dijo el CEMAL y le cambian el nombre, somos más o menos los mismos. Somos una iniciativa que empezó con 3 países, Haití, República Dominicana y Cuba, con una visión de los ministerios de medio ambiente, sin carácter vinculante y con una decisión política muy grande. Yo fui el coordinador del equipo técnico cubano hace 17 años, venía del campo técnico, lo sigo siendo, y realmente pensé, esto no dura, como se dice en Cuba, no dura lo que un merengue en la puerta de una escuela. Y 17 años después me alegra reconocer mi equivocación. La voluntad política de los países, cambiaban los ministros, pero no cambian todos al mismo tiempo. Y los otros ministros invitaban. Se nos unió Puerto Rico en el camino y se nos unió Jamaica también en el camino. Crecimos. Y hoy tenemos un corredor biológico con un diseño que ya se nos quedó viejo, de objetos de conservación de filtro fino y objetos de conservación de filtro grueso. Y si miran, los objetos de conservación de filtro grueso ya son evidentes las ausencias de las zonas costeras marinas lejanas de la costa. Ya se nos quedó viejo a pesar de que tiene relativamente poco tiempo. El corredor ha pasado por 17 años, muchos acuerdos, mucha voluntad política, y ha sobrevivido. Las líneas rojas, los puntos rojos que están a lo largo de la línea del tiempo son terremotos devastadores en Haití, epidemia, pandemia, huracanes que destruyeron totalmente algunas de las instituciones que estaban designadas para el trabajo. Y eso no ha parado el trabajo del corredor, incluido en difíciles condiciones sociales, económicas que viven en la región, y considerando además que están algunos de los países más vulnerables al cambio climático. Llegamos a una estrategia al 2030 alineada y consensuada con todos los países, que nos marca el camino a donde queremos ir los países que integran el actual corredor. Esta es una estrategia aprobada y discutida con 100 acciones previstas hasta el 2030 y que está alineada con las principales metas globales en todos los sentidos y con algunos de los elementos. Pero como veía a Miguel Julio la presentación, José Julio, los que me conocen hace mucho tiempo saben que cambio los nombres, no se me olvidan los nombres de las especies, increíble. Así empezó, igualito, el oriente de Cuba y el occidente de la Española. Esa fue la primera definición de los países. Por ahí vamos a empezar. Y un tiempo después, con la incorporación de Puerto Rico y Jamaica, había que hacer todo el rediseño, y se hizo todo el rediseño de lo que hoy es el corredor, que en su gran mayoría son áreas protegidas, pero no es solo área protegida, porque hay zonas que están concebidas como zonas de conectividad entre áreas, núcleos, etc. Ahora, eso es lo que teníamos en el 21, 30-30, y nos ampliaron el límite del área sobre la cual íbamos a pensar y sobre la cual teníamos que conservar. El 8% de protegido y el 92% sin proteger, cuando incluimos la zona económica exclusiva. Esta gráfica que está aquí arriba, en azul, el espacio de los países, que es en esa demarcación, en ese concepto, estamos olvidando aguas profundas, estamos olvidando todas las zonas. Y voy a hacer referencia a los anteriores. Ese mapa, en el mapa de áreas de importancia para la biodiversidad, está vacío. O sea, no tenemos espacio ahí. Sin embargo, el área equivalente al CEMAR ya está cubierta por el conocimiento y los antecedentes que daban poder identificar los lugares de importancia para la biodiversidad. Bueno, tenemos grandes áreas con poco o ningún conocimiento de los estudios y alto costo de los estudios, importantes zonas de aguas profundas, ninguna experiencia en el manejo y la vigilancia de esas áreas, que es una de las principales preocupaciones de los países. Como de ruta podemos tener una idea de lo que ocurre en el área. Y antes que me quiten, ya sé que se me está acabando el tiempo, hacia solo planificar dentro del corrección.
Ambiente del Ministerio de Ciencia y Tecnología y Ambiente de Cuba, y el señor Joseph Ronald Tuizan. Él no nos puede acompañar hoy por razones de salud, pero en su lugar tenemos el honor también de invitar al señor Michelet Luis, director de Biodiversidad del Ministerio de Ambiente de Haití, a que nos acompañen al panel. No me voy a quedar aquí por el sonido, pero les voy a dar. Vamos a iniciar con la señora Adianés. Si nos puede contar cuál es el valor agregado de poder planificar a escala regional para poder abordar los challenges del 30x30 en el Caribe.
Sí, buenos días. Si me permiten, me pongo de pie.
Y yo le doy las cosas.
Gracias. Es que soy profesora y hablar sentada es un reto que no logro vencer. Entonces, bueno, en primer lugar, muchísimas gracias por haberme invitado a estar acá. Es para mí un honor compartir con personas que están liderando iniciativas que nos van a permitir conservar de una mejor manera y proteger todos nuestros océanos. Me gusta el concepto de océano. Creo que esa interrelación que se establece entre todas las áreas, pues en definitiva es lo que permite la vida en estos espacios y en los otros y la vida misma. Entonces me permito leer algunas cuestiones que escribí anoche para hacer economía del tiempo, no perder el hilo conductor, pero que en definitiva solo expresan la voluntad política de Cuba de atender estos asuntos y de mantenerse en esa iniciativa nuestra, de nuestro Caribe, que es el Corredor Biológico del Caribe, del cual ya nuestro compañero, amigo y profe Nicasio nos habló. Me permito entonces algunos párrafos dedicados a los océanos, no hablar de ellos, pues ya se ha comentado la importancia que tiene este concepto dentro de las iniciativas que se han presentado acá. Solo comenzar diciendo que la salud de nuestro planeta depende en gran medida de los hábitats marinos, por lo que la preservación de estos ecosistemas constituye una prioridad global. Y es una primera idea que me parece importante reforzar. En los ecosistemas marinos, la interconectividad juega un papel clave en la protección de las especies que en ellas habitan, incluyendo las especies migratorias, y dependen de procesos que trascienden las fronteras nacionales. Si solo un país adopta medidas para cumplir sus metas de conservación, los esfuerzos se verán comprometidos. Las especies migran y las corrientes marinas transportan tanto nutrientes como contaminantes, transportan todo de un lugar a otro. Por lo que proteger estos ecosistemas desde una perspectiva regional es esencial para asegurar su resiliencia. En este sentido, lograr un enfoque regional es clave para abordar los desafíos relacionados con el objetivo marino 30x30, meta 3 del marco global de la biodiversidad como en Montreal. En particular, en el área del Caribe, por ejemplo, la superficie marina de las Antillas Mayores supera 6 veces el tamaño de sus territorios terrestres, por lo que significa que cualquier esfuerzo para cumplir la meta del 30x30 debe incluir zonas de conservación marinas sin limitarse únicamente a las zonas costeras o, las zonas terrestres. Los valores de la biodiversidad y los servicios ecosistémicos no pueden verse exclusivamente en las fronteras nacionales. Por ejemplo, Cuba tiene el 10º lugar mundial por la extensión de sus manglares y el 3º por sitios de congregación de peces para desove. Todo esto en su conjunto, unido a los pastos marinos y sus arrecifes de coral, brindan servicios ambientales importantes para la región. Contribuyen con ello al equilibrio ecológico del Caribe. Para consolidar una visión regional de los problemas ambientales y sus soluciones, se requiere en primer lugar de la voluntad política de los países para integrarse a las iniciativas que se van desarrollando con este fin. Eso nos parece que es imprescindible. De los gobiernos, no importa si cambian, esto debe institucionalizarse para que de un cambio al otro se mantenga, y por supuesto de los equipos técnicos que casi siempre sí mantienen la voluntad de ver los asuntos de una manera integrada. Es necesario también la movilización de recursos de todas las fuentes, pero será imprescindible las provenientes de los países desarrollados en conformidad con el marco global, de manera que permita profundizar en la búsqueda de información científica, en el monitoreo y las medidas de protección de estas áreas marinas, para lo cual será también imprescindible ampliar las capacidades de los países, las capacidades en recursos humanos, en tecnología, en todo lo que se necesite, de forma tal que se complementen y permitan un uso más óptimo de los recursos disponibles. En este sentido, me gustaría resaltar el rol del Corredor Biológico del Caribe, una iniciativa con enfoque estratégico para promover la integración regional, que ha crecido durante 17 años y ha demostrado cómo la cooperación entre países puede fortalecer nuestras capacidades y potenciar los resultados, partiendo de una visión regional para abordar las prioridades nacionales. Nuestras aguas compartidas, los desafíos comunes y la interdependencia ecológica hacen imprescindible que trabajemos juntos. Muchas gracias.
muchísimas gracias y realmente, bueno, yo personalmente no me puedo emocionar más de escuchar cómo el compromiso de los estados es compartir, reconociendo que el mar es de todos y no de límites nacionales. Así que muchísimas gracias por reforzar que además unidos somos más fuertes para enfrentar los retos sin esperar a que caigan del cielo las soluciones. Y con esto me gustaría pasar a hacer la pregunta a Haití. Do you think that with the support of international cooperation and the CDC platform, Haiti could make further progress to the 30 by 30 goal by declaring new areas in its marine space as protected up to the limits of the EEZ? Yes, French, it's available the interpretation. Welcome.
Muchísimas gracias y buenos días a todos y todas. Voy a hablar en francés para explicar lo que estamos haciendo para alcanzar el 30 por 30. Il faut dire que en Haïti, que nous sommes en train de réviser avant tout la stratégie nationale de la biodiversité pour son alignement par rapport au cadre mondial biodiversité. Et nous avons déjà aligné toutes les cibles nationales et nous sommes en train de terminer le processus de révision et de la stratégie nationale. Et je pense que d'ici le mois de décembre prochain, et dans moins de 2 mois, que nous aurons notre stratégie nationale révisée. Et en Haïti, étant donné que nous sommes une île, nous avons beaucoup plus d'eau que de terre. Donc ce n'est pas difficile pour nous d'atteindre le 30% en termes d'aires marines protégées. Et actuellement, nous sommes à 8% d'aires marines protégées. Donc, par rapport à l'objectif 2030, je pense que nous avons la capacité d'atteindre les 30%, moyennant s'il y a que des coopérations qui existent entre Haïti et certains autres pays pour pouvoir atteindre les 30%. Pourquoi je dis ça? Parce que nous n'avons pas toutes les capacités techniques et scientifiques pour apprécier les ressources marines en termes de biodiversité dans les eaux profondes. Effectivement, il y a plusieurs années que nous sommes en train d'identifier les zones marines d'importance, mais par contre en ce qui a trait aux eaux profondes, nous n'avons pas toutes les capacités techniques et scientifiques pour identifier les ressources marines qu'il y a. Et étant donné que nous sommes un pays qui a beaucoup de frontières maritimes avec d'autres pays, en particulier, je peux citer par exemple la Colombie, nous avons des frontières maritimes avec la Colombie, nous avons des frontières maritimes avec la Jamaïque, avec le Cuba, avec la République dominicaine, etc. Donc il est extrêmement important à ce qu'il y ait une certaine coopération entre Haïti et ces pays. Ça pourrait nous faciliter à atteindre les 30%. Et quand je dis par exemple que nous sommes à 8%, c'est paraît peu par rapport à 30% que nous devons atteindre, mais pour nous autres en Haïti, ça a beaucoup d'importance si nous considérons la situation particulièrement difficile que nous confrontons. Et il y a 12 ans de cela, on était à 0% d'aires marines protégées en Haïti. Et en dépit des efforts que nous déployons, nous sommes à 8%. Et il y a aussi la volonté politique au niveau d'Haïti pour que nous puissions avancer pour atteindre les 30% d'ici 2030. Mais par contre, et comme je l'avais dit, que le renforcement des capacités nationales en termes de capacités techniques et scientifiques est extrêmement nécessaire pour que nous puissions atteindre ces 30%. Merci.
Muchas gracias por recordar que definitivamente el mensaje principal es que está la voluntad, se reconoce la necesidad de proteger los océanos, pero que esas necesidades, esos retos y esas falencias que hoy enfrentan los países en conjunto con las comunidades y la ciencia y la academia en cada uno de estos países se puede abordar desde la cooperación. Entonces felicitamos en este caso al CEMAR y al CBC por ser esos espacios creados por los propios estados para no esperar las soluciones caigan del cielo, sino de trabajar y invitar a la cooperación y a la cooperación ONGs, pero también a la cooperación internacional a invertir, como ustedes decían, a donde ya hoy está la condición más importante, la condición de la voluntad de trabajar en conjunto y la capacidad técnica que está esperando simplemente poder escalar. Muchísimas gracias por ese compromiso, muchísimas gracias por darnos esperanza, que están trabajando juntos por proteger la riqueza de la biodiversidad en favor de las personas en las islas del Caribe. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Y como sin financiamiento no hay conservación, entonces me da un gran placer invitar a la directora ejecutiva del Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, trabajar en el Caribe con los CBC y el CEVP. Me es difícil, Karen McDonald, muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Y también a la presidenta de la Fundación Pacífico, Natalia Arango. Les invito a pasar al panel. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros hoy. Aquí, como dicen, es mejor estar de pie. Y bueno, después de ver que todos los building blocks que se requieren para implementar el 30-30, la voluntad política, el marco político y de gobernanza, la ciencia que está disponible, la planificación, la cooperación entre los países y la academia para avanzar en estos espacios marinos regionales, la gran pregunta también es ahora que en estos dos sitios especiales, en el CEMAR y en el CBC, existen mecanismos financieros que trabajan por la conservación también ya puestos en pie. Entonces, en este sentido quisiera comenzar con Natalia Arango, que nos comente cuál fue ese proceso que trae la conformación de Pacífico y cómo Pacífico se vuelve una plataforma para ayudar al CEMAR, a los 4 países, a avanzar en esa conservación de ese océano compartido. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Pamela, y buenos días a la audiencia. Gracias por la invitación. Pacífico resulta de la intención de 4 fondos ambientales del Pacífico Este Tropical, la Asociación Costa Rica por Siempre, la Fundación Natura Panamá, Fondo Patrimonio Natural en Colombia y el Fondo Acción en Colombia, por poner a disposición de los donantes que quisieran hacer donaciones de escala regional una plataforma que con el menor costo de transacción y con el menor cargo de operación trajera la experiencia, los procedimientos, los marcos de salvaguardas y en general toda la operación que los fondos miembros habían desarrollado durante más de 20 años y hacer que los recursos de interés en inversión regional fluyeran más ágilmente. Y empezamos con un acuerdo de trabajo, y ese acuerdo de trabajo partió del apoyo administrativo y fiscal de uno de los miembros. Empezamos trabajando con el apoyo de Costa Rica por Siempre, y los donantes creyeron en este experimento de acuerdo de voluntades, que no requería, como ya les digo, unos costos altos de transacción y una institucionalización muy pesada. Y recibimos donaciones muy interesantes para empezar a trabajar primero en las urgencias de construcción de información, el apoyo a redes que existían también un poco natural y orgánicamente como Miramar, ayudar a que se fortalecieran y se formalizaran, y en ese proceso aportar a la construcción de conocimiento importante para trabajar en la escala regional. Sin embargo, y felizmente, recibimos las señales de los donantes que este era un esquema interesante para trabajar, y cada vez tuvo más interés y más expresiones de voluntad de colaboración, para aprovechar una iniciativa local de bajo costo. Sin embargo, también fue evidente que algunos donantes, especialmente la cooperación bilateral, requería, para sentirse más tranquila, un poco más de formalización. Y es así que creamos formalmente Fundación Pacífico en el 2017, basada en Panamá, pero siempre con un principio de trabajo, y los fondos ambientales fundadores Pacífico no iba a reemplazar la gestión de los fondos ambientales fundadores, sino que iba a asegurar que los proyectos que desarrollaran en la región serían de 2 o más países. Entonces, proyectos de un solo país no son competencia de Pacífico. La condición es asegurar la movilización de recursos regionales. Y en ese orden de ideas se constituye Pacífico como una organización de sociedad civil creada bajo la ley panameña, pero con un mandato de trabajar en la región de la parte central del Pacífico Este tropical. Y lentamente empezamos a movilizar recursos cada vez más importantes, y hoy, con mucho orgullo y también mucha responsabilidad, pues tenemos la confianza de la cooperación bilateral del gobierno alemán, del gobierno francés, de la filantropía norteamericana, el Revival versus Earth Fund, próximamente la cooperación española. Y esto ha generado, creo, una dinámica interesante para realmente hacer realidad la promesa de valor, y es: los donantes están interesados en una plataforma regional para movilizar recursos. Eso no tendría ningún sentido si no estuviéramos 100% alineados en cooperación con el CEMAR, que es la estructura de acuerdos formales, o el acuerdo formal, que nos permite tener un aliado cuyas acciones de política pública puedan tener una necesidad de apoyo financiero y técnico, y siguiendo esos lineamientos que otorga el CEMAR y el acuerdo, y los responsables en cada país, actuamos con el apoyo de cooperación internacional, pero alineados a las políticas del CEMAR.
Muchísimas gracias. Y bueno, nuevamente vemos que todo se estructura, todo se tiene que alinear, pero tiene que haber un orden de coherencia entre la conservación basada en ciencia, los gobiernos organizados y una plataforma que no compite con lo nacional, sino más bien moviliza fondos para la conservación a escala. En ese sentido, también le doy la bienvenida a Karen para que nos comente cómo nació el Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, y también hacia la visión a futuro después de ver la presentación del corredor biológico del Caribe, cuáles son esos pasos para poder unir esos dos hilos y avanzar más rápido la conservación del 30-30. Bienvenida.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. Very happy to be here for this discussion and to be on the stage to tell you a little bit more about the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. We are a little different from Pacífico in that we are, or let's say how we're similar. We are both regional environmental funds doing work through a number of conservation trust funds. The difference would be that we were set up and established to create for that purpose, and what we are doing now is creating the national level conservation trust funds in a number of countries around the Caribbean. So stage one was the establishment of the endowment fund through the German government with World Bank and JEF and TNC. We have those funds, which are now at $100 million US, invested through sub-accounts, one sub-account for each country, and indeed one extra sub-account for funding that we have now received for Haiti. So each sub-account keeps its own funding, and we invest the pool together. So we have that for 12 countries across the Caribbean. And what we have done with that is first help to set up national level conservation trust funds. So opposite to Pacifico, where they came together, we are helping to establish these entities throughout the Caribbean region. And we have been doing well. We are at 11, still working on Cuba. We will figure it out and have a trust fund set up in Cuba. And then we will be making regular payments through that endowment to these countries for them to do the work that makes sense for them in their own countries, through their own boards of directors to do work on the ground. We are also working on the idea or making sure that we are keeping in touch with other conservation trust funds throughout the region. So first through our network and community of REDLAC, which is a network of Latin American Caribbean environmental funds, but also with other partners and funds that we know exist in some of the Caribbean islands. And I see Belize is here in the back of the room, so to acknowledge that we work with them as well. So that was the idea behind the setup of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, and we are continuing to build what we do. We give funding to the National Conservation Trust Funds, but we also have the ability and have given funding to direct regional support for ecosystem-based adaptation under the climate change portfolio, and to circular economy ideas, which is something we've just started and launched, and those will be continuing. The other thing that we've been noticing is the idea of the need for the coordination. Imagine that the 12 countries we are working with in all across the Caribbean, the number of territories is over 30, and 30 governments, well, not all 30 governments, but a range of governments and governance structures. For us, it's very important that that's connected and at least coordinating what we're doing. So I see a number of Caribbean partners in the room in terms of what we're doing on 30 by 30 discussions. There are a number of other projects that are working on that across the region, and we are also working with the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and the Caribbean community to make sure that we are talking together as to what makes sense. An important aspect to that is data collection. We are working to ensure that what you saw from Nicasio is also being shown or is also in tune with some work we've seen done by other partners, including the Nature Conservancy, so that what we are recording as 30 by 30 when we make our declaration, which is what we're aiming to do on the political side next year, is something that's real for the Caribbean and is not just a statement of two numbers. And this comes from the fact that we were actually born out of the original 20 by 20 goals. So CBF was a product of the original idea of a 20 by 20 challenge, and we learned a lot from that process. So moving forward, there's a political aspect to what we're doing, and hopefully some of you were in the room yesterday when we had 5 ministers of government from around the region speaking to the value of doing the 30 by 30 goal. There's also going to have to be the idea of the science behind it and coordinating that aspects, and then finally working on actual results and having financing. In particular with the Caribbean Biological Corridor, they have been doing a lot of work, and indeed the idea, as an example, is the CBF is willing to and is working with them on fundraising for their own sub-account for the Caribbean Biological Corridor to add to the pool of the endowment fund that we presently hold. And so we will be working with them on what that means and how we pull that out, and indeed, as Nicasio rightly points out, how we grow what CBC, what a Caribbean Biological Corridor is in the widest context of the Caribbean. So we look forward to continuing to working with them on those objectives, and of course continuing to work with the National Conservation Trust Funds in making sure that the 30 by 30 discussion remains real for the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, son las 10:30. Gracias porque nos han acompañado en un viaje sistémico 30 por 30. Desde WCS estamos comprometidos a dar un abordaje integral, no solamente focalizarnos sitio por sitio, sino garantizar que todo el sistema tengan las condiciones habilitantes para que las áreas protegidas puedan entregar los servicios que todos nosotros estamos esperando, y también todas las otras medidas efectivas de conservación. Para esto se necesita definitivamente, para tener un abordaje sistémico, se necesita fuertes alianzas entre sectores. El reto es grande y por eso tenemos que unirnos en alianza para poder tener todos los expertices que se necesitan y soluciones prácticas, porque el tiempo estamos en una carrera contra el tiempo. Muchísimas gracias por su compromiso, por su interés, y muchísimas gracias al CBC del CEMAR y a todos los representantes de las áreas protegidas que están hoy aquí por estar haciendo el trabajo duro, y aquí estamos comprometidos para poder seguir movilizando como comunidad internacional las herramientas que se necesitan llevar a cabo. Muchísimas gracias, y si algunos quieren hacer preguntas, porque van a decir que no dejen, podemos seguir haciendo networking, pero yo sé que muchos tienen agendas ocupadas. Muchas gracias.
Don't cover your head.
No falta ningún speaker, ¿verdad?
Gracias.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Yo saliendo por otro lado.
Right on there.
Quería preguntar cómo tratar de hacer la reunión
Sí.
¿Cuándo crees que podríamos, pensando en tal vez finales de noviembre?
Porque es un tema que tenemos pendiente no solo con el reglamento de ustedes, sino el reglamento interno que quiero ir dándole más tiempo. A la gente le coge pereza los reglamentos. Pero tenemos que caerle porque si no, los ministros están pidiendo mucho. La suerte fue que fueron incisivos.
Where is Valle? Where is what?
Les tengo el
No, I am out of battery, but we have a spare one, so okay. Control for the presentation. Move forward, backward. Forward at the big one. Forward. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you everyone for coming. I know it's the last day or close to the last day. We are very tired, so we really appreciate that you took your time and came. Hello, come in, have a seat. You're welcome. So, today's presentation will be about coral restoration techniques in Colombia and join the Eco Rockstar movement, which we will talk about that in a bit. So, yeah, we are Corales de Paz. She's Laura Cotrino, she's our Chief Scientific Officer. Camila Mariño, Chief Operations Officer. And I am Andrea Caicedo, Chief Executive Officer. That's our chiefs. We are the main, yeah, we are the main scientists in Coral de Paz with 3 women, which, yeah, like we have our, what would you say? We all have our roles, but we work together all the time. That's really nice. So, well, before I'm going to do a small introduction and then hand you on to the other girls. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about who we are, who Corales de Paz is. So we are a non-profit. We were established in 2016. And we do coral reef conservation, mainly through education, investigation, research, where we do, and mainly we do citizen science. So we have a program that's called Meaningful Diving, but Laura is going to go deeper into that, which is like the center of what we do. So, okay, first of all, I want to know like a bit of your background. Are you like biologist? Are you not? Who is not a biologist? Great, love it.
Or not working with corals.
Or not work? Do you all work with corals? Coral reefs? Okay, perfect. So I'm pretty sure you guys know this is a bit of an introduction. Like, why do we do it? Like, what are the problems that we are trying to address? So first of all, we know that corals provide like 25% of all of the marine species. Oh yeah, coral reefs are considered one of the world's most important ecosystems. They act as a protective barrier for coastal communities, and they generate annual revenue from services like fishing and tourism worldwide, and are sources for employment and coastal communities. For example, fishing, they bring $321 million per year, and most of the commercial fishing comes from reefs. And for tourism, like about 2,100 billion US dollars per year. And as you know, the main threats that coral reefs face are the high ocean temperature. We are actually, as you saw in yesterday's emergency meeting, we are like in a very, very long coral bleaching event. So high ocean temperature, poor tourism practices, and overfishing, among others, but these are like the main threats. So how do we do it? So this diagram is meant to explain how our work is cyclic. So first we try to monitor what is there. We do coral reef monitoring, and that results help us analyze and evaluate the data to take decisions, to make decisions. Then we go into nature-based solutions. We do restoration, education, and passive actions. And when we do this, we go back to monitoring. Never forget this step. And analyze and make decisions again, and it's a cycle. Always. It doesn't stop. So, intervention areas of Corales de Paz. We have 4 main intervention areas. Scientific research and development, that's where we do projects and we implement the nature-based solutions and everything. We always collaborate with other NGOs, with the environmental authorities, and community, of course. Citizen science, which is like our main program, we have 2 lines. We have the Reef Check program, which is a citizen science monitoring program, and that Laura is going to explain more about it, and the Reef Repair program, which is a restoration program. And all of these are meant to create, build capacity in communities and in people that want to help, and they help us with our projects. The other one is environmental consulting and corporate services, is that we offer nature-based solutions to people that just need a project, are facing coral reef destruction in a hotel, in a beach or something, so they come to us and we analyze and create some nature-based solutions. And corporate sustainability is for companies that want to go green, and they want to create programs and sustainability programs to improve their carbon footprint, etc. So how can you help us? We have a program that's called Reef Giving. It has many programs depending on the project that we are. Camila is going to explain to you the one that we're working the most now, which is called Adopt a Reef Star. And the other way that you can help is that we sell t-shirts, we sell hats, we sell everything. We also receive free donations, and just by following us on social network, on socials and everything, it's a great help. Just posting, telling other people about it, that's great help for us. So yeah, with no further ado, I'll give you Laura, which she's going to explain citizen science, our citizen science approach.
Thank you. Hi again, my name is Laura. Thank you for being here. I know last day we were tired. So, well, I'm going to go deeper into our science citizen science approach, talking about Reef Check and Reef Repair program. As Andrea said, we really rely on monitoring before restoring reefs. So, and we like to do that through citizen science. We know, of course, scientific monitoring is important. We try to combine both things to make more powerful the monitoring and then the restoration approach. So, Corales de Paz was our slogan, says meaningful diving. In Spanish is buceo con propósito. And that was the main idea our founder had at the beginning, which is relying people to take data to help us, the scientific people, to do it. We know scientific community is very small compared with the community or the diving community we have. So having people to know how to do it will help not just scientific community, but also environmental authorities and other organizations that need that information to take or for decision making. So we have implemented, we are the official yeah, we are the official organization for reef check in Colombia, so people can come with us and do reef check monitoring. I think all of you are, yeah, you know it, reef check for sure. Yeah, so I don't need to explain that. So we have some locations already that we are trying to do in annual basis. Santa Marta, Paradero en Cartagena, San Andrés, Providencia en Santa Catalina, Isla Fuerte, Rincón del Mar, all of those in the Caribbean coast. And we are in the process to make official our Pacific protocol for reef check. We haven't made it official. We did a pilot last year. And next year, we are going to make it official for all of you join us in the Pacific, which is a nice zone, the Golfo de Triuga. I don't know if you know that region or have heard about it, but it's just amazing. So we have to expand our actions into the Pacific, which has not many representation for communities at least, or they are not very well involved at least in coral reefs. We know coral reefs in the Pacific are very small, and we don't have as much corals as we have in the Caribbean, but they also need to be monitoring and people need to know when it's there. So we want to do that. And I really want to highlight some really nice things we have done with this program. We have faced sometimes people that say like, okay, citizen science maybe it's not working very good, data is not very well taken, it cannot be compared over the time, and maybe in the scientific way it can be, depends how you do it. We are trying to do it the best way so we can compare all those data, but I want to rely on something that happened last year in a project we did. You know, as Andrea said, the bleaching event we had last year was very, very hard, and we were losing, or we were having lots of corals bleaching. So in those expeditions we did, we were the first organization that wrote an alert, a bleaching alert for local authorities, saying how bad was the bleaching last year in the Caribbean. We know that organizations or government organizations or parks are doing monitoring, but till we did our monitoring, the first one was in Rincón del Mar, I think, or Cartagena, one of those was the first place we recognized there was a lot of, 60-something% of the coral coverage was bleached. And so we raised an alert, a bleaching alert to the local authorities, and they were able to take this information to go check it out, of course, and stop restoration programs they had in the region. We did that in Cartagena, then we did that again in Rincón del Mar. And finally, it wasn't an alert, but in Isla Fuerte it happened the same, and they also have a restoration program which they stopped because of this. So that was a living proof that citizen science is actually working to provide very important information to local authorities and other environmental institutions that are working with this. So we really, this is our milestone, or our, I would say it's one of our prouds. So, well, I think that with Reef Check, we have some as well. When we do our monitoring, we also try to share the information with the public. We also know that sometimes monitoring are done and people don't know what happened with that information. So we also try to put that information in the easiest way as possible and to explain people in the region what we found and how that effort they did during diving was working. So we have here some of our Reef Check eco divers from last year in our project. This was the one, that information we released in Rincón del Mar, and this one was another one in Providencia Island, which is one of the places we have the most monitoring records over the years, and we post this in social media. We are building our web page is still in the build, but we try to communicate as much as we can so people can own that information, and so they own as well. Yeah, they can be part as well of the decision making with this. And finally, our Reef Repair Diver program, as Andrea said, is a program we created in 2019. It is mainly based on coral asexual reproduction. We started with rope and table nurseries. And the idea is to, once people complete the reef check course, monitoring course, they can approach this course. Otherwise, we don't like to do that because of our main idea, monitoring before restoring. So people that is already reef check and understand how the health of the reef is going on, so they can go on this reef repair diver program. We have the approaches from collection, opportunity colonies mainly, and the whole process through till the outplanting of those fragments in these 2 case ropes and table nurseries. So the idea of this for sure is building local capacity is what we aim the most. We also make partnerships with environmental authorities in the region, and this is our first approach, or it was our first approach, and Camila in a minute is going to talk about our most recent program, which is Mars, and we want to rebuild our reef repair program into people to know, or into a new technique that people knows how to do this Mars technique and how to implement it in the region. I think with that I will leave to my numbers. So some of the numbers we already have with our program, with our citizen science program. So we have done 23 reef check expeditions. So we bring a group of people, 6 people per scientific leader. So 12 people roundabout can be our biggest group. And we teach them, so we have done 23 of those, 6 reef repair expeditions, so eco-divers that were already doing reef check we're going to Providencia, this were in Providencia, right? The reef repair, sorry. Providencia and San Andres. So we have done 6 of those, aiming to do more in Cartagena. With the new project Camila is going to talk about. And at this point we have 158 people certified as reef check eco-divers, so 158 persons that probably are not biologists, know how to do a monitoring for coral reef restoration and can help environmental authorities and other NGOs like us to take data when they go diving just for fun. They can, of course, recognize things and say like we saw something very strange, so go and check it, or let's make a monitoring then. We have 122 reef repair divers. We have monitored 24,000 square meters since our beginning. May sound not that much, but it is for us, for these small groups and these early years we have been working on it. And we have rehabilitated as well with this reef repair and other programs. Of course, this is not just citizen science, of course. We have done restoration with other programs, more scientific programs, and most of it comes from that. But some of it have been through reef repair, those 11,150 square kilometers. We have done some scientific products and, of course, educational and corporate experiences that Andrea said before. So now I leave you with Camila.
Thank you. Before starting, I just want to go back to this because, well, as Laura said, these are our numbers that might not seem really big, but for us they are.
And so with this in mind, like our future as a coral restoration and coral conservation NGO is how to keep up with those numbers and how to make them bigger, how to improve our impact, how to be more significant and do more things for coral reefs, which are now in decline, and as it has been said during these last days in the COP, they're critically endangered, and now we need to take action and do whatever we can to help and conserve these valuable ecosystems. So this brings us to our next project. We as Corales de Paz, our next steps towards conserving and rehabilitating these critically endangered ecosystems is this approach, the Mars-assisted reef restoration systems. Our pilot study is going to start in 2025 in March, and we selected the Valle reef in Cartagena Bay. As Andrea previously mentioned, like all of our decisions go through an adaptive management process. So we always do like the monitoring, site selection, like monitoring, analysis and evaluation, and then we go to site selection, and that is what allows us to take like quick actions whenever we see that things are not working properly, and that's what allows us as well to correct things at an early manner and not wait until it's too long and it's too late to correct our mistakes. We all know that coral reef restoration, it's like an early science, so to say. We only have like maybe 2 decades of experiences. We're still learning. We are as scientists, we learn every day new things, and we need to be ready and we need to be prepared to correct actions whenever needed. So that's also like a key value in Corales de Paz, and that's how we like to operate, and that's how we merge as well, like all the citizen science and all the knowledge, the scientific knowledge that we have as experts, and that's how we convey it in this beautiful project, which we see as like our new little star project, and that's what we want to share with you guys today, and we want to make you guys excited as well. This is going to be the first time that it's going to be done in the Colombian Caribbean. It's the first time for us as well. Mars has, like, yeah, the Mars technique has been used widely in the past. I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with the technique by now. I don't know how many of you guys know the Mars reef restoration systems. Okay, good. It's good to know, because what we wanted to do as well with this session is like also if you have experiences and if you want to share your experiences with us so that we can make our experience even better, then you're more than welcome. Please do it. So yeah, we're gonna show you like a short video of our journey with the Mars-assisted reef restoration systems, like our story to the approach and what we have done so far.
Mars-assisted reef restoration system, o MARS, es una técnica de restauración de arrecifes de coral desarrollada por Mars Sustainable Solutions. Consiste en el uso de estructuras hexagonales de acero llamadas reefs que se ponen en el fondo marino para proporcionar un soporte donde se trasplantan fragmentos de coral. Adicionalmente, cumplen un papel importante en la consolidación de cascajo para la rehabilitación de suelos marinos. Este enfoque promueve el crecimiento acelerado de los corales y la recuperación del ecosistema arrecifal. La técnica se introdujo en 2011 inicialmente en Indonesia y ha demostrado ser efectiva en la rehabilitación de grandes áreas de arrecifes degradados. Actualmente, Corales de Paz se encuentra en proceso de certificación para convertirse en el primer implementador de esta técnica en Colombia. Este proyecto cuenta con el apoyo y la participación de la Autoridad Ambiental competente Cartagena, CARDIC. Aquí te contamos cómo ha sido este proceso. En 2023, el equipo de Corales de Paz junto con el personal de Mars Sustainable Solutions llevaron a cabo una importante expedición en el Caribe colombiano. El objetivo, identificar áreas idóneas para implementar nuestro proyecto. Durante esta visita se exploraron 3 arrecifes degradados: Rincón del Mar en el departamento de Sucre, Santa Marta en el Magdalena y el emblemático arrecife de Valle, ubicado en la bahía de Cartagena, Bolívar. Tras una cuidadosa evaluación, se seleccionó el arrecife de Varadero como el sitio ideal para llevar a cabo el piloto del proyecto, dada su importancia ecológica y su estado actual de degradación. En mayo de 2024, el equipo de Corales de Paz realizó una visita clave a Cartagena con un objetivo muy claro: definir la zona específica dentro del arrecife de Varadero donde se llevará a cabo el piloto de nuestro proyecto. Aprovechando nuestra visita a Cartagena, el equipo de Corales de Paz también se reunió con el personal de la Capitanía del Puerto para socializar el proyecto. Esta reunión fue fundamental para coordinar esfuerzos y asegurar que el proyecto cuente con el apoyo logístico y operativo necesario en la zona. A finales de marzo de 2025, el equipo de Corales de Paz estará de vuelta en Cartagena para un momento crucial en el proyecto: la fabricación e instalación de 150 estrellas de coral en el área seleccionada dentro del arrecife de Valle. Este proceso no solo es esencial para la restauración del arrecife, sino que también brinda una oportunidad única para involucrar a la comunidad local, socializar el proyecto y crear un vínculo más fuerte entre la comunidad y la conservación marina. La construcción de las estrellas de coral comienza con la fabricación de las estructuras hexagonales de acero, que luego son recubiertas con capas de resina y arena de mar para recrear una textura apta para el crecimiento de los corales. Finalmente, se fijan cuidadosamente fragmentos de coral en estas estructuras, asegurándose de que estén en las mejores condiciones para regenerarse y crecer. Una vez finalizada su construcción, las estrellas de coral serán transportadas en bote hasta el sitio seleccionado dentro del arrecife de Valle. Con el apoyo logístico de Cardique, cada estrella será instalada de manera estratégica para maximizar su impacto en la rehabilitación del ecosistema. El proceso de instalación se llevará a cabo durante una inmersión. Al llegar al área designada, las estrellas se bajarán del bote de forma ordenada, donde un equipo de buzos las esperará bajo el agua. Los buzos organizarán cuidadosamente las estrellas y las asegurarán en su lugar para garantizar su estabilidad en el fondo marino. Para asegurar la viabilidad del piloto en el arrecife de Varadero y llevar un seguimiento detallado del crecimiento y supervivencia de los fragmentos de coral, Corales de Paz junto con Cardique implementarán un plan de monitoreo riguroso. El objetivo principal del monitoreo es recopilar datos que permitan evaluar el éxito de las estrellas de coral como técnica de rehabilitación en Varadero. Además, este seguimiento cercano permitirá realizar ajustes oportunos en caso de que los resultados no sean los esperados, garantizando así la efectividad del proyecto y el bienestar a largo plazo del ecosistema arrecifal. Estos resultados serán cruciales para implementar esta técnica en otros arrecifes degradados del Caribe colombiano. La producción e instalación de las estrellas de coral serán supervisadas por el equipo de Mars Sustainable Solutions, ya que forman parte de la capacitación práctica que el equipo de Corales de Paz debe completar para obtener su certificación como implementadores oficiales de la técnica Mars. Con esta certificación, Corales de Paz se convertirá en pionero en el uso de esta técnica innovadora en el Caribe colombiano.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it was a better way to explain a little bit of the history of the project than just telling you about the project. And since we've mentioned a couple of times, Andrea and Laura as well, like our goal is to involve like local communities and citizen scientists, so to say, into what we do. And that's why we also use these like visual aids, like for example this video, that it's simple, it uses like common language, it can be understood by everybody basically. You don't need to have a scientific background to know what we're talking about, and it's also like a call for action for people who want to support what we're doing, if they want to join us and understand a little bit why we're doing it, and also showing that we are doing it like as it's supposed to be. Like it's a technique that has been used in the past, and we're doing the technical and like the theoretical and practical courses that Mars Sustainable Solutions has to become a certified practitioner before starting this process here in Colombia. So we also have different ways to involve people in what we do. We are a local NGO, so a big part of our financial support comes from philanthropy and comes from donations and people with heart that want to support and help us continue to do what we do. And so we are launching during this COP this like our new line in the reef giving program that Andrea told you about. It's called Adopt a Reef Star. So we designed different plans. These plans are thought for natural individuals or even big companies that want to support us and help us in our financial growth and financial capacity. So basically with these donations, what you're doing is supporting us with the production, installation costs and monitoring costs for these first 150 reef stars that we are gonna we're gonna install in the Valle reef. We have also other sources of income, as Laura mentioned as well, like we, and Andrea as well, we are like strong scientists, we have a strong scientific team, and we also apply for scientific grants and research grants, but sometimes these grants are not, they're like not really the solution. It's like a short-term solution. So let's say we need to find also a way to make these things more financially sustainable through time. Because at the end of the day, like we all know and we all have heard that by restoring the reefs, we are like, I don't know how to say it, like we are supporting local communities by reducing the risk of losing other ecosystemic services. And we're promoting tourism, like a lot of income comes through tourism, like the diving industry, fishing industries as well, small local businesses that take people to snorkel on a healthy reef, or even here in Colombia, for example, mainly in the Pacific coast, local fishermen, they do like local fishing tours, so you can go on board in a little canoe with a fisherman, local fisherman, and go fishing. Those things are linked to healthy coral reef systems. So by protecting them, we're avoiding losing all of these ecosystemic services related to reefs that are a main part of local community income as well. But we're still figuring to find a way to make people understand that all of these things have a value as well. And that if we lose the coral reefs, we're losing more than just the animals, just the corals, or just the beauty of the sea. That we're losing potentially much bigger things. So if you want to get involved with us as well, our founder's mom, she's really crafty, and she's been working with us since the beginning, and she made these beautiful crochet knitted corals, and we 3D printed these little reef stars, scale little reef stars. We used a material that is called
PLA. It's not plastic.
Yeah, it's not
like
plastic,
but it's not. It's made of.
Yeah. No worries, no worries.
It's made of.
It's starch. Corn starch and like the biodegradable bags kind of thing, but thicker and tougher. It won't dissolve with water that easily. So yeah, you get a little souvenir of your little reef star. It's a representation of the reef star that you will be adopting and that will be on the Valle reef, restoring that beautiful and iconic reef that we are trying to protect. Another fun fact about that reef, it was declared as a biodiversity hotspot in 2019. Yeah, 2019, because it's located way within the Cartagena Bay. It's exposed to sedimentation, like pollutants. It's really close to the Magdalena River. So it's like a water that is completely dark, polluted, disgusting. But then you go under that like really polluted water and you find a beautiful reef that no one really understands why the reef is there and why is it doing, like, let's say, so good, because no reef here is pristine. But it's located in an area that was a popular fishing ground, like dynamite fishing ground. So we can see a lot of damage, like loose rubble, which makes this site so suitable for this Mars-assisted reef restoration system technique. Because we have the rubble, we know that the main threat, apart from climate change, which sadly it's affecting basically all of our reefs worldwide, was the main threat in the past. Some of the challenges that we have with this technique is that, we're planning to start this project next year, end of March next year, but it all depends on what happens with this bleaching event. If this bleaching event continues until next year, March next year, then we won't be able to start, and then we're gonna have to postpone our project because, we cannot put more stress on an already struggling reef. So that's like also part of the things. And we also wanted to hear about people here that if you have experiences with Mars, if you have advices, or if you have, like, you want to share your experiences with us.
Questions?
Also, as we mentioned, like, we are just like part of the solution, part of a way bigger community as well. We are all in this together, and we couldn't have done what we have done by ourselves alone. So we always work in a close collaboration, for example, with environmental authorities. We have an example here in Valle, Reef Check Foundation Worldwide. We are the representatives in Colombia, as they mentioned. Of course, Mars has been like a key partner in our history, recent history. We also worked with reefs in the past. We closely work with dive centers, other international coral reef NGOs like Coral Restoration Foundation, and we also part of the UN Decade of Restoration. So I don't know if you have any questions for us.
Hi, thank you so much for that. You know, I've spoken to you already. I'm not a restoration person, but I definitely see the value of it. And also the citizen science that you're doing, I think is incredible. So kudos to you. That's really what I wanted to say. So it's like really good work. You're not just focusing on the restoration, but you have it wrapped up in monitoring. And I like your virtuous circle. So well done. How can I adopt a reef star? I want a t-shirt. I also want one of those little cutie things. But I did have a question about water quality, because I saw that your primary threats were global climate change, tourism, and I don't know what the third ones, but it was important. And I hope just unsustainable fishing. And I'm curious as to why you didn't think about, not think about, why you can't include all of them. But in my neck of the woods, and I'm from Barbados, so where I'm from, and also in the countries that I now work in, Indonesia, Philippines, Zanzibar, not Zanzibar so much, but water quality is a huge, huge, huge issue that's, reducing the resilience of the coral. So I was just wondering why that wasn't included. And I also was super interested to hear about the corals living in such polluted waters, because we have one example in Barbados as well. And I find that so hopeful, like it means we don't know everything there is to know about corals. There's so much more to learn, and they can probably surprise us. But I was curious about the omission of water quality.
Okay, we are taking data about water quality. The thing is that for us in the past, like we identified those three main threats that are recognized globally to be the first main, the top three main threats in Colombian ecosystems as well. And then we found this reef in Varadero that is mysteriously there. We really don't understand it. We have to protect it and preserve it to understand what is happening, and if that reef is there, it means that there might be other reefs under these conditions that we don't know they exist. But water quality has been tested right now, we're now paying more attention to that. As we said, we work really closely with the local environmental authorities, and Cardique, our allies for this project, they do a continuous monitoring of the area. And as part of the monitoring protocol, they take water samples and they do a water quality analysis. So it's not done by all of the local environmental authorities. So we don't really have a lot of data. We don't do it ourselves. Normally when we go and do the monitoring, if it's citizen science based, we only use the reef check monitoring survey techniques, and those techniques don't include water quality. It's just mainly a quick evaluation of the reef health, of reef health, and it's only visual on the reefs, the substrata, fish, and invertebrates, and impacts and diseases. So normally local authorities are the ones in charge of collecting, analyzing, and publishing this data. But as all of I won't say all, but as most of the Colombian governmental authorities, they're understaffed, and they don't have the money to do those things. So it's not a priority right now, but you're right. We are considering it for the Varadero Reef, and it should be included as one of the parameters that needs to be tested regularly and figure out if water quality might be a bigger threat than, for example, overfishing, because we've seen that in most of our reefs, overfishing used to be a threat, but it's no longer one of the biggest threats, or it's being under control.
Do you look at macroalgae? I know water quality is huge and it's expensive, and often if you don't do it often enough, you're not going to get a good data anyway. But have you thought about looking at that macroalgae increases, which is what with reef check? You do that with reef check?
So we do through reef check. So with the substrate component, there is algae, so we can see how much percentage of the algae is in the reef we monitor. But I wanted to also add to what Camila was saying, and it's, of course, we have a very strong citizen science approach, but we have been also working the last 2 years trying to connect with people. So if you are doing some other research that we can do in Varadero, there is really not much information about what is happening there and why corals are surviving these very weird conditions. And so we are trying to involve in our installation of Mars other techniques, or trying to figure out with other information, with other entities, with other methodologies to see and try to understand what is really happening there. So if you know somebody that is working with other things that maybe can help us to figure out what is going on there, please let us know. We have rich people that do sound monitoring, eDNA monitoring, and other things that of course need funding, and that's our main issue here. But trying to understand what is going on there will help us as well to understand how corals are surviving there. Maybe Camila didn't say it, but there is a gossip around Cartagena that says it's very weird, because they said if you, and let me know if I said it right, but I always get confused, but if you take a coral from Varadero and take it outside of Varadero, and to another clear water ecosystem, that coral will not survive. But if you bring corals from another place which has better water quality and bring it to Varadero, the probability it survives is higher. We don't know why. It might be something with the microbiome in corals and the water quality for some reason. We don't know yet. So there's still a lot of research we must do in this place. So if you want to help us out to figure out what is going on in Varadero, you are very welcome to help us to figure out.
So I want to also, add on to the words of the colleague congratulating you on your work. Especially, I think there's the citizen science in this, but in another life, I feel I became part of Reef Check Germany, and there's not a lot of reefs you can check in Germany, obviously. So we went other places. One of the things we did do, and I was thinking that may work for what you're trying to look for in terms of funding, is we started a cooperation with the Robinson Club, and so we invited there for like a reef check 2-week session, and they announced it beforehand. Divers booked it especially because they wanted to do a reef check. And you reach a lot of people that way. I mean, these are boats, with people, 30 people at a time, and you have a lot of time with them to do a lot of reef education, for them to look at the reef differently. They can recognize anchor damage. They know what algae are doing in the reef and such. So, and we had talks during those 2 weeks where people would come and get information, to different topics. So I think even though they didn't pay us a lot of money for doing it, it was more an exchange. We felt that this was a really good way to reach the diver community. And I think for you, if you can find some sort of either direct funding from these type of enterprises, which one always looks on with a very critical eye, but you would be in the heart of it, and I think that makes a big difference. You're also training their dive masters, and then they of course carry that on, or that you have the access to people who are willing and interested in reefs and in reef restoration, to maybe get some funding that way. So I just thought maybe that's something that, because we always look at these very big diving clubs and such so negatively, it's full of people who are not trying to do anything bad, and you could actually guide them in the right direction and take some funding.
Yeah, that's true. So we have done some work with diving centers in the past. We really want to strengthen that relationship, mainly with the ones in Cartagena, of course. So we cannot be there the whole time, so it would be very important for the diving centers there to help us to monitor what is going on with our reef stores over the time. Yeah, we cannot be there, and the local authority neither. So yeah, I think we can manage to do that, and education certainly. I am the scientific director, but for me, education on coral reefs needs to be widespread in different populations, not just divers or this community that we are, but also other communities. We work with even schools, and we think younger generations need to know what is going on, so they can take part in the future and trying to help us to keep this going on when we are not here. So yeah, education is key. I don't know if there's any other question or comment. If not, thank you so much for joining today. Tonight, not yet tonight. We really appreciate your presence here. We know last day of COP, so thank you very much, and hope you can support us. You have this QR that goes to all our information in social media and other key documents we have. We have the digital version of this thingy, and yeah, you can contact us from there. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you guys, and also if you want to take a look at the t-shirts, stars, please
go to Andrea. Sure. Yeah, and yeah, once again, thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for all the input, and we hope you enjoyed it. And enjoy the last hours of the COP as well, the last 20-something hours of the COP. And enjoy Cali, enjoy Colombia. Welcome to our country as well.
À l'action. Tu veux que je revoie? Non, non,
C'est le même, hein? Non, c'est une différente photo, mais c'est le même. Porque c'est la photo, no.
Sí. Todo la publicidad está para la
Sí, 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 o sea, para eso es que tú vas a tener sí,
Estoy revisando, llegando el 7, porque no puedes volver a volar el
pero
un montón de cosas acumuladas tantos días acá es
bueno,
muy...
para la próxima sí.
Pero para la próxima sí. Ya. Bueno, ¿empezamos? ¿No? Let's start. Okay, let's start. Thank you for being here at the lunchtime. It's something that we appreciate. And this, let me show you the, well, this is the agenda for today. I will start doing a general overview about what consists this coordination between networks of marine protected areas managers worldwide, and how also this serves specifically. Today we will focus more on how this can contribute to improve the management in marine protected areas that have coral reefs and related ecosystems. But in fact, this is a global approach that serves for many other ecosystems and especially marine protected areas. So we will have around NPA management from different partners. We will have the SPORAC, with Geraldine Concluy. We will have the Coral Triangle Initiative with Dr. Franklin Griffin, and then we will have the National Natural Parks of Colombia with Camila Salazar. Also then we will have a specific focus from one of our partners that is also in charge, or is in the team that is organizing next Impact 7, the International Marine Protected Area. 6. I wanted to go. Okay. Yeah, Impact 6. But you can also think at 7, so maybe you will do so well in Senegal that we will want to go there forever. So, Colonel Valle, that he's from the Community Marine Protected Areas of Senegal. This is he's also a partner of this global network. And then we will do a focus on the relationship between the networks of marine protected areas managers and the conservation trust funds. One of the aspects we have been working, I'm going to talk later, is in how we can join forces to mobilize more resources for management and for networking. So here we are glad to have Karen McDonald and Tanya Gill from the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, and I do a parenthesis, I really thank them because they helped to have this slot here at the Pavilion. We have also Carol Martinez from MedPan that will explain about a nice experience between MedPan network, but also the MedFund, which is a trust fund in the Mediterranean. And then we have Hereliva Narivo from Tanya Meva Foundation in Madagascar that is also connected with CAFE network of conservation trust funds. So, and then we can discuss all together. So to start, this is a project, today is a new project which is funded by the Ocean Foundation and is implemented in the context of it's funded by the Blue Nature Alliance, is implemented in the context of the Ocean Foundation, but has a long history. So let me explain this story because then you will understand better what we are doing and where we are at that moment. So the idea of the new project is to continue with what we started in the past in an European Union project that
finalized last December, and it was called Ocean Governance Project. So in this project, this is just a summary because there were many different dimensions in the project, but one of the dimensions was supporting management of marine protected areas by connecting networks and other related institutions with the management. So it's not only networks of marine protected areas managers, we also include national agencies in charge of management of marine protected areas. We have also other regional institutions. And by the end of the project, we had the involvement of all those partners. It's 23, if I'm not wrong, and you can see, for instance, Red Wolf in the Caribbean, Sport Rock, obviously, NAMPAN in North America, Red Park is that has a marine and coastal group, and a certain part of the period were quite active. We have CIMAR, we had today another event here early, also with CIMAR, the Patagonian Forum. In Africa, we have Rampao in West Africa, and Riompan in the Indian Ocean. We have HELCOM and OSPER that are conventions working in the North Atlantic, and NEAMPAN in the area of Northeast Asia. And the last but not least, that joined at the level of the networking for the management, not the Ocean Governance Project, because Coral Triangle Initiative was there with the project from the beginning, but this dimension with networking for managers was part of the latest activities. ASEAN Center for Biodiversity and COPSI. But what I think is interesting to stress, those are regional bodies. I don't think that I need to stress the importance of working regionally when we talk about ocean protection and ocean management. It's impossible to do in a small part. But it's also very important the connection at national levels. Why? Because the mandate of the GBF, or previously the IG target, is a mandate for countries, for governments. But for the marine, it's very difficult to be implemented by alone from a country. So this connection with regional bodies and national bodies, it's very useful to really strengthen the capacities, coordinate efforts, and do common joint actions together. So this is the background of who was involved in this last project. In fact, this last project was the continuity of a previous one, and we have been, it was called Transatlantic Marine Protected Areas Network Project, that just operated in the Atlantic initially. And already in 2017, so this is not a recent initiative, it's quite, not all, but has some years. Back in 2017, we started working with first 4 regional networks, plus 2 national agencies, and we identified the interest in working together to support better the management on the ground for NPAs. And we drafted a common strategy. This common strategy, that is still useful today, and we even enlarged, had 4 axes of cooperation: sharing information, knowledge and tools, which is the basic role of a network of managers to support the NPAs, and building network capacity, policy support, so how those networks help the implementation of policies, and financing. And from these 4 axes, we have been, along all these 2 projects, implementing different activities. Probably the most well-known, and the one that is more evident, has been the networks learning exchanges. When we connect networks and we start exchanging about how we operate, how we create capacity building programs, how we mobilize resources, how we support the government. So all these experiences in different regions, when you share with other regions, you learn from others, and this is a way also to build capacity at the same time. But we also, in building capacity, we developed some examples on how working with different networks we can go to the ground, to the managers. For instance, we organized a training taking advantage of an existing training in the Patagonian Forum. We replicate this training. Unfortunately, it was only in Spanish, but it was a test to prove that this might make sense to be amplified and replicated. And this training was for management effectiveness of NPAs. So we used this methodology, and the training was followed by 21 different NPAs from Antarctica, the one in Argentina, but in the Antarctic continent, all Latin America, both sides, Atlantic, Pacific, Caribbean, and also the Mediterranean. And this proved that certainly the challenges of management effectiveness, despite the obvious difference in ecosystems and the socio-economic and cultural context, have a lot of commonalities, and is very useful for the managers to have the opportunity to compare and to work with others and create this community also to continue exchanging. So this was a dimension. And related to building capacity for networks, what we decided was to first start thinking what means for a network to be effective. That's the first question, because it's nothing to see with the management of an MPA. A management of an MPA has many technical aspects that more or less have already many methodologies to do. But the networks of the managers, nobody took the time before to think about how we can say that the network is effective or not. So we started identifying a framework that could help us to help those networks to be conscious if they are efficient, not efficient, or also so if someone wants to create a new network, this can guide the criteria or the areas to focus. On policy support, we have been participating in many international events and processes, for instance the 2 conference in New York and in Lisbon, obviously all the impacts, not Impact 7 yet, but we will be there, probably, and many other, and the CBD, all the GBF process, we have been also following and exchanging with webinars. And for financing, this is part of what we will be showing today. We discussed a lot about the sustainable financing of MPAs and networks, and we were in contact by many different contexts with different conservation trust funds. And we discovered that those are nice institutions that are closely related with the management of MPAs. They fund for many MPA projects. And we decide at a certain moment to start exchanging. And from these exchanges, we also identified a possibility in a very specific context in the region of the Mediterranean to create a joint project between MedPan as a network of managers and the MedFund as a conservation trust fund. And we got this project, and it's working quite well. It's still in implementation, and this inspires us to, okay, maybe this could be a model for other regions and other contexts about sharing this kind of partnerships. So we decided during the World Conservation Congress of IUCN in Marseille, we launched the idea of having this global alliance for marine protection between conservation trust funds, networks of conservation trust funds, and networks of marine protected areas managers. So this is something that has its own value, and this will be discussed later, but it's also connected with the idea of strengthening and putting more resources for management and networking. So finally, at the end of this project and doing under this strategy, the conclusion was that it will be good for the planet, and it will be good for the regions and probably for most countries to have a global space in which we can continue working together and joining forces. So then these are the main partners that were involved in this initiative of the last initiative of the Global Alliance for Marine Protection, a different level of involvement, but here you see different regional networks and other regional institutions with national ones, and also the different networks of conservation trust funds and conservation trust funds that were participating in the creation of this joint idea. And then even we had the possibility, this will be presented later by my colleague Carol, taking advantage of the project of MedPan with the MedFund to mobilize some resources to hire a consultant to help us to develop more in deep these ideas. So there's already a document that might help in the future. Those are just very nice examples of practical activities in which we were involved in terms of learning exchanges. I think the most interesting was the learning exchanges organized in Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia, with people from the Atlantic but also from the Pacific, Southeast Asia, and we explore many dimensions for sharing experiences on very technical topics, I don't know, maybe marine turtle protection and management of MPAs with marine turtles, till the more strategic visions for a network. So this, and the conclusion, and this was, for instance, a very interesting one, which fits very well with the Pavilion, because it was a specific learning exchange that we organized in Valle about coral reef restoration. It was very targeted and very technical and very productive. All the people participating in this learning exchange, then we had some practical activities. So it was just to show that we can have this approach at many different levels, on the very ground level with the managers and technical aspects, or on more strategic levels. So this is just a resume, I will not explain, about the different dimensions that we identified when we think about having a framework to measure or to assess the management effectiveness of the networks. So we need obviously a set of enabling conditions in terms of legal and administrative things, arrangements, but also sustainable finance, with how this is very difficult. And then different dimensions: clarity of purpose, good governance, leadership, communication, capacity building, and how this is doing the monitoring. And then, so this took 4 years, this project, and then of the project 1 year ago, in Spain at the final conference, we agreed that there was a challenge that is how to mobilize this strategy and resources to allow the continuity of those exchanges. Because all the partners, independently of which region they were coming from, agree that it will be a pity not continuing having this connection between them. And when we look at also at the opportunities we have today, because when we started the project in 2020, the GBF didn't exist. We were still working on the design of the HE Target 11, but it's completely different today, because GBF starts by identifying targets that are not isolated, are all of them interrelated, and request the countries and request all the partners to work together for the implementation. So it's more needed than ever before to have those spaces of cooperation. And also the new BBNG agreement is another reason why the regional approach and the regional connections between actors make sense, because to manage these new areas beyond national jurisdiction is going to be a challenge. Not all the countries will have the capacity to go there, but if you have a regional space in which you have the knowledge, you have the context, the scientific institutions well identified, and the experience of sharing all of these and mobilizing the resources, this might be a very useful tool. In fact, at this global conference, we had, I cannot indicate here, but we had a representative of the CBD Secretariat, the Director of Science of the CBD, we have a representative of Dualos, and both agree that it will be very useful to go to this space of cooperation to support the implementation of both. And okay, from this we start thinking during the last month on a resource mobilization strategy in view to have this sustainable financing for NPAs and the managers. And the idea will be to move towards this global network by enlarging the partnerships with networks from other regions. So this not necessarily has to be limited. We can be working with more people. Not necessarily, let me stress this, not necessarily with a legal and rigid structure. So, as my colleague Francis that is in the back said during the Ocean Day at the partnership session, sometimes informal cooperation is more effective. You don't waste time in managing a structure. So it doesn't mean that we need to create anything new, but what we need is this space and the resources to continue sharing our experiences and identifying ways to cooperate. So it will be also very interesting along those years, when we present this cooperation, many people at local and national level come to us and say, could you help us to build a network? Because we would really like to have a local network. For instance, people working with locally managed marine areas in Africa, in Southeast Asia, they said, we would really like to create a network. So today we cannot do that. If we have this kind of a space, we can probably support many other places of the world to build their own networks. Support the capacity building for NPA management worldwide. This is really crucial. This is really probably the main reason to exist, is this one, to really help in the management, obviously mobilize more resources for management and networking, and we identify the key areas of activity to support the GBF. So not just target 3. We identify that not 100% of the GBF, but a lot of the targets have aspects in which this cooperation between actors at global level could make sense. And we also, regarding capacity building, you don't need to do everything by yourself. You can work with others that are already having interesting initiatives. So the Blue Nature Alliance has launched a think tank for a global capacity building initiative in which we are trying to map the current system that supports or interferes on capacity building for marine management. And it's a very interesting exercise. It's not limited to the community of managers and networks. There are many other people participating. But the idea is that once we finalize this mapping, this can also be useful for us as a community of working with managers to take those elements that make sense for us, but at the same time contributing to something with a larger view. So that's what I wanted to summarize today. As I said, we are in a moment in which we have the support from the Blue Nature Alliance, from the Ocean Foundation, and I can be coordinating with the managers, and the idea is to use those little funds to allow some time to propose new projects and to think all together on how we can really create this permanent space. And now, more interesting is that you listen and what's the value, and specifically I request the speakers to focus on coral reefs because it's the topic of the pavilion, and also because when you look at the map, a huge part of the partners are located in areas in which there are coral reefs, and those coral reef has specific challenges. So now I'm glad to invite Geraldine Conroy from the SPORAC to do her presentation.
Thank you, Rudy. I just want to try. Good afternoon, my name is Geraldine Conroy and I'm the Deputy Director of the SPO Regional Activity Center. And I'm pleased to introduce you to the SPO MPA network of managers. But before getting to the heart of the matter, I would like to give you a bit of framework and background. And the Cartagena Convention is the only regional agreement designed to promote the protection of marine environment in the Caribbean region, and it has been ratified by 26 countries. And the Specially Protected Area and Wildlife Protocol, so our SPO protocol, which derived from this convention, is dedicated to protection of Caribbean biodiversity. And one of the aims of the protocol is also to identify areas of particular interest to the Caribbean region and to integrate them into a network dedicated to scientific research and regional coordination. And the listing of protected area under the SPO protocol is governed by guidelines, and it has led the contracting party to recognize up to 37 protected areas since 2011. So yes, you can see that on the map. This is the SPO MPA in blue, and in green you have the contracting party of the SPO protocol, 80 contracting party. An important part of the SPO MPA was built to protect the coral reef, because this major Caribbean ecosystem is threatened by pollution, climate change, disease and coastal destruction. But the fact is that coral reef is also vital for insular and coastal population, and the coral reef protects the coast from hurricane, and it's also a nursery and an exceptional habitat. And this is why many SPO MPA was built to protect this important ecosystem. Since last year, SPORAC has been leading the regional effort to create a network of MPA managers to the 37 protected areas listed under the SPO protocol. A first kickoff meeting was held in October 2023, bringing together the MPA manager, and at the end of the meeting the manager stressed the importance of the coordination at a regional level and to help them to better manage the MPA. And they also define objective and a roadmap and the network and the following raison d'être, and which is we are an empowering body committed to finding solutions through collective intelligence that address areas of concern within protected areas. This This is the wording from APA manager. And following this first meeting, the year 2024 was the network first year of operation with coordination, several online meetings, and small-scale cooperation action in protected area. We also carry out a study to analyze the sport protected area management plan and to provide specific recommendations for updating the document for 10 protected area. And the overall goal is, of course, to strengthen capacity, to share best practice between sport protected area managers, and therefore to work together to real global biodiversity 30 by 30 goals. And of course, the driving force behind the network is the manager themselves. But connecting the MPA network on a global level has enabled us to be certainly both efficient in building our protected MPA networks, and this connection allows us, MPA network manager, to share our practice, to avoid making the mistakes that others have made, and to learn from each other victories and histories and stories. As the proverb goes, alone we go faster, together we go further. Thank you for your attention.
And next, Dr. Griffin from CTI CFF. So, let's see.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Frank Griffin, Executive Director of the Coral Triangle Initiative, based in Manado, which is right over here. Okay. The Coral Triangle Initiative is a multilateral agreement between 6 countries. The flags that you see on the top of it. Interestingly, in your presentation, there was a workshop that was held in Kinabalu.
Kinabalu, yeah.
And you got the Coral Triangle emblem.
Yeah, because it was co-organized with.
Right, yeah. But in your list of partners, Coral Triangle doesn't appear over there. Is there a reason?
No, the list I put is for the Alliance with Conservation Trust Funds.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
But in the map, in the initial map, you are there.
Hopefully, in the next one, we'll be there. So.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I wanted to show you this because the next slide is of significance. Because this is a slide that basically shows where the concentration of corals are in the world. So as you can see all the yellows and oranges on the side. But when you get to the Coral Triangle region, the color changes. So where you have red and dark red, that's a population of between 500 and 600 coral species. So collectively in the Coral Triangle area, we have almost 76% of the world's coral species concentrated over there. As you move out this way and go that way, the numbers actually go down. Very, very significant. The other significant thing about the Coral Triangle region is that on the right-hand side, or on the eastern side, you've got the Pacific Ocean, and on the left-hand side or the western side, you have the Indian Ocean. And you may have had the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program boasting that the tuna stocks in the Pacific Oceans are the healthiest ones in the globe. Guess where they start from? From the Coral Triangle. So it is very, very important that we protect and maintain the health of the Coral Triangle region. That's the reason why we made an effort to come to the COP to actually see what's out there in terms of partnerships so that we can get into partnerships. And the MPAs are an important part of the work that we do. So we do our work through 11 different working groups, and as you can see, MPAs is one of the main areas of our focus. in relation to the technical working groups, in addition to the MPAs, we also work in seascape areas. So if we go back, there are three seascape areas. So the waters between Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia, that's the Sulawesi seascape. Between Timor-Leste and Indonesia, it's called the Lesser Sunda seascape. And then between Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and Solomon Islands, this area over here, that's the Bismarck Solomon Sea seascape. So there is a project that was launched last night at the IUCN Pavilion, and it's called the SOMACOR project. And the SOMACOR project focuses on seascape, but the IUCN contribution is on MPAs. So we just wanted to make note of that. So we have 5 technical working areas, 3 governance working areas, and 3 cross-cutting issues. So we've got gender, women's inclusiveness, sustainable business, university partnerships, and scientific advisory. So all of these work right across all the work areas that we work in. This is, you can see bits and pieces of the colors that are showing over here. Those are the areas where MPAs are. But in terms of details, we've got more than 1,200 MPAs in that region. The problem is that we don't have a managers network. So thank you. You're going to come and help us put all of that together. Yeah, so Philippines is the one with the highest number, 632 MPAs. Indonesia, which is the biggest country in as far as number of islands and atolls are concerned, Indonesia has 17,000 islands, and many of them have got communities that look after their areas of interest. So Indonesia has 188, Malaysia got 51, Papua New Guinea got 74, Philippines is the highest with 632, Solomon Islands with 291, Timor-Leste with 31. So we are reaching out to the global community to come and help us, and we didn't know that this management network or manager network was in existence. So we look forward to having a lot more discussions with the network, and please involve us in the next meeting so that we can get to understand how the different areas from SPO, how you do your work so that we can replicate it in our area. Because one of the other things that we are currently doing is this map over here. I was just having a chat with ESRI. ESRI is a body that looks at global maps, and they have very specific areas of mapping that goes on. So we want to make sure that in our Coral Triangle Atlas, when it comes to MPAs, all of these different areas where interventions are happening have got management structures. So when you click on it, you can actually see the name of the manager of that particular MPA. So in that way, we can communicate as a global community in making this work a lot more manageable. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will be glad to work with you for sure. And now we come back to Colombia with National Natural Parks of Colombia and also coral reefs in the Caribbean.
Thank you, Puri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Camila Salazar, and I'm going to talk about the marine protected areas in Colombia. Okay, first of all, Colombia is a mega diverse country. One in 10 known species are found here in the country, so this is really great for us, and this is a great responsibility. So we are the first one in birds, orchids, butterflies, the second one in amphibians, freshwater fish, palms and bats, the third one in reptiles and primates, and the sixth in mammals. We have almost 7,000 species at sea, so this is really important for us. How about corals? Corals in Colombia, we have been registered 196 species. 4 of them are in a national endangered level, and 28 species of them are in a global endangered level. So this is really important to have in conscious to protect them. I'm going to show you a work that our professionals in hydrobiological resource made, and with information provided by INVEMAR. In Colombia, we have 29
Running out of batteries at the end of the day. Of the conference.
We have 29 coralline areas, 26 in the Caribbean Sea, and 3 in the Pacific Ocean. National natural parks of Colombia have we are protecting then 13 coralline areas, 10 of them, 7 are in the Caribbean Sea and 3 in the Pacific. How we do that? So first of all, we have the CNAP. It's the National Protected Area System in Colombia. It's a network of local, regional, and civil society reserves, and we work together. And as National Natural Parks of Colombia, we have to coordinate that network. Also, we have to manage the national park system that are composed of 65 protected areas. What about the ocean? So we have 2 territorial directions, one in the Caribbean, and we have 2 oceanic MPA and 9 marine coastal MPA. At the Pacific territorial direction, we have 3 oceanic and really big, and also 5 marine and coastal areas. So, about the corals, we have coralline areas in all these parks. We have almost different gaps of information, so it's really important to start to complete all these gaps and understand how we are about the corals reef. As all of you maybe, we have different pressures like the pollution, the illegal and unregulated fishing, the unregulated tourism, invasive species, and also the climate change. So it's really important to start to have actions to get better for that pressures on the reefs. Now, our MPAs are connected, so we have to start for that and work together. National Natural Parks of Colombia, we are part of CIMAR, one of the initiatives that we are working more. So it's really important to have a connection with all of them to start to work. But also we have work with Red Buckets, with work with Marine Protected Area Agency partnership, and next year we are going to be the coordinator of the Marine Protected Area. And there are many different initiatives that we are working with. So it's more or less what is happening. And we think that the issues that to be promoted in MPA managers, in the network of MPA managers, is the capacity building of MPA managers. We need to start the standardization of monitoring and restoration methodologies, because that can be a great part of these networks. We need to implement of climate change measures, because we need to start to have global and regional action for moreover this, and we also need to exchange experience of economies, education and scientific outreach, international cooperation and funding projects, like you said before, and scientific research and technology. So this is all. For conclusion, I'm going to read it. Sustainable management of Colombian marine areas requires a cooperative approach across jurisdictions and boundaries. We need to share information, enhancing our framework for coordination and fostering partnership. We can work together to protect Colombia and the global biodiversity and the invaluable coral ecosystem for generations to come. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, very interesting. And now we move to Africa,
yes.
But just because Africa will host all of us at Impact 6.
Yes, thank you.
Is it before Hussein?
D'accord.
On est en Afrique.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour à tout le monde. Merci aux organisateurs aussi de nous avoir associés à cet événement extrêmement important et de nous avoir aussi offert l'opportunité de parler d'Impact 6. Comme vous le savez, Impact 6, voilà, donc sera organisé en 2027 au Sénégal. Donc c'est le rendez-vous international et mondial des gestionnaires des aires marines communautaires protégées. Donc il est organisé tous les 4 ans. Donc vous verrez que depuis excusez-moi, je dois revenir en arrière. Donc il est organisé ici. D'abord Impact en Australie en 2005. Donc c'est depuis 2005 qu'Impact est organisé tous les 4 ans. Ensuite c'est aux États-Unis en 2009. Ensuite en France en 2013. Exactement à Marseille. Ensuite, ça a été organisé aussi au Chili. Je pense au Chili. Un clin d'œil à Felipe Paredes. Donc, Impact 5 à Vancouver, au Canada, en 2023. Donc voilà pourquoi Impact 6 au Sénégal. Donc la candidature du Sénégal a été présentée par la direction des aires marines communautaires protégées. Puisque au Sénégal, au ministère de l'Environnement, il y a une direction des aires marines communautaires protégées qui est chargé de mettre en œuvre la politique de l'État en matière de conservation de la diversité marine et côtière. Donc c'est une nouvelle direction qui est tout à fait un bébé, je veux dire, au ministère, puisque c'est l'une des directions qui ont été récemment créées en 2012. Donc, et depuis, il a eu à mettre en place 17 aires marines communautaires protégées. Donc nous avons un réseau extrêmement dense d'aires marines communautaires protégées, comme vous pouvez le voir sur cette carte, le long du littoral sénégalais. Donc nous avons un littoral de 700 km de côte. Et sur les 700 km de côte, nous avons un réseau d'aires marines protégées de 17 sites. Donc les premières générations d'aires marines protégées, c'était ici à Saint-Louis. Il y avait aussi ici à Kaya. Il y en avait aussi ici à Babou et une aire marine protégée ici à Casamance, à Belém. Donc c'est 5 aires marines protégées qui ont été créées en 2004, suite au congrès de Durban de 2003. Mais depuis la création de la direction des aires marines communautaires en 2012, donc il y a eu 12 créations sur 12 ans. C'est-à-dire au moins au Sénégal, met en place une aire marine communautaire protégée par an. Donc, pourquoi l'exemplarité du Sénégal? Donc, il y a une approche basée sur la légitimité et la légalité. Donc, la légitimité qui est incarnée par les populations locales. Toutes les demandes donc, de création d'aires marines communautaires au Sénégal émanent des communautés locales. C'est les maires de communes qui identifient des zones d'intérêt vraiment extrêmement importantes pour la préservation de la biodiversité marine et côtière et qui font la demande au ministère de l'Environnement pour demander un accompagnement dans le cadre de la mise en place d'une aire marine communautaire protégée. Donc, et après création par décret, toutes les aires marines communautaires protégées, je rappelle ici, sont créées par décret présidentiel. C'est le président de la République qui crée les aires marines protégées pour leur conférer vraiment une légitimité ou bien pour renforcer les statuts de conservation de ces aires marines communautaires protégées. Après, des agents sont affectés. Donc, ça, c'est la légalité. Mais de base, c'est la légitimité qui sous-tend la création d'aires marines communautaires protégées. C'est ça l'exemple. Donc nous avons ici un exemple de lettre de saisine donc du maire de commune. Et là, nous avons aussi un exemple de réponse du ministre de l'Environnement au maire pour lui dire que la direction des aires marines communautaires protégées viendra vous accompagner pour mettre en place une aire marine protégée communautaire. C'est la raison pour laquelle même l'appellation de la direction, vous verrez le nom communautaire. Donc, direction des aires marines communautaires protégées. C'est ça l'exemple du Sénégal en matière d'approche de conservation. Donc, par rapport aux thématiques qui sont développées à l'impact 6, nous avons 4 thématiques. Donc, la première, c'est l'implication des jeunes. L'implication des jeunes dans la conservation des écosystèmes marins. Et la deuxième thématique, nous avons l'extension du réseau d'aires marines communautaires protégées. C'est un réseau qui est en train d'expandre, mais que nous continuerons d'ici 2026 aussi à vraiment densifier le réseau. Il y a même un projet d'aires marines communautaires protégées actuellement au Sénégal, en naissance, entre la frontière, entre la Gambie et le Sénégal. Donc ça, c'est l'extension du réseau. Ça fait partie des thématiques qui seront développées à l'impact 6 en 2027. Il y a aussi la mise en place. Donc, la mise en place et la gestion de réseaux d'entrée au large. Par rapport à Impact 6, nous voulons au moins, par rapport aussi au BBNJ, que les États ont commencé à signer. Donc, il y a actuellement 105 États qui ont signé le BBNJ. Donc, il reste à la ratification en 2025 avant qu'on aille à l'INOP de Paris. Le Sénégal souhaite vraiment signer le BBNJ avant 2025. Le ministre même me disait l'autre jour qu'il va donner des instructions à la représentation diplomatique au niveau des Nations Unies pour que le Sénégal puisse signer le BBNJ. Et nous voulons par rapport au BBNJ, avant 2027, avoir au moins 2 aires marines protégées autrières, c'est-à-dire au large. Et ce sera une première en Afrique de l'Ouest, s'il n'y en a pas encore aussi. Donc ça aussi, c'est des thématiques qui seront développées et c'est un acquis qui sera vraiment capitalisé par le Sénégal au niveau de l'impact 6. Donc, approche stratégique aussi. Donc, les avancées aussi, excusez-moi, je suis en avance. Voilà, donc ça c'est les approches donc stratégiques avec tout un réseau. Je pense que il y en a qui sont revenus là-dessus. Donc ça c'est des réseaux internationaux qui vont soutenir le Sénégal. Donc nous avons l'INOP, la CEVP, nous avons le BBNJ qu'on va signer, donc, et les LD 14 aussi. Là, c'est les communautés de gestionnaires marins protégés, donc par rapport aux cibles 30-30 aussi. Donc les réseaux régionaux, l'Union africaine, nous en avons Rampao, Merpal. Donc tous ces réseaux-là vont appuyer le Sénégal dans l'organisation de l'impact 6. Et pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, nous avons la Convention d'Abidjan, nous avons le Rampao, nous avons le PRCM. Donc vous avez tous peut-être entendu parler du forum du PRCM qui est organisé tous les 2 ans. Donc et le Sénégal aussi, du point de vue aussi de documents de planification au niveau national. Nous avons une stratégie nationale de gestion des aires marines communautaires protégées aussi, qui va servir de base. Nous avons aussi la stratégie nationale de conservation des écosystèmes de mangroves. Et le Sénégal est le 2e pays à se doter d'un tel document après le Bénin en 2022. Donc il n'y a que 2 stratégies nationales de conservation actuellement des écosystèmes de mangroves en Afrique de l'Ouest, c'est le Sénégal et le Bénin. Donc là aussi, puisque mon anglais n'est pas bien aussi, il va falloir que je me rapporte tout le temps. Donc, pourquoi devriez-vous vous impliquer, hein? Donc, pour démontrer à l'organisation de l'impact 6, donc c'est pour démontrer l'intérêt de l'Afrique et les pays du Sud portent à la conservation de la diversité marine côtière. Donc ça, c'est une première raison pour que vous puissiez vous impliquer dans l'organisation de l'impact 6. La deuxième raison, c'est d'essayer d'inverser la tendance à la faible représentation des populations du Sud lors des précédents sommets. Puisqu'il a été constaté que lors de l'organisation des impacts précédents, il y avait une faible représentation des communautés du Sud, des pays du Sud. Donc vous devez vous impliquer pour qu'il y ait un financement dédié à une meilleure représentation des pays du Sud. L'autre aspect aussi, c'est participer à la définition, à la gestion des thématiques et s'impliquer dans leur préparation. Les 4 thématiques-là que nous avons projetées, c'est juste des thématiques indicatives qu'il va falloir affiner et renforcer et stabiliser en partenariat avec toutes les parties prenantes qui seront impliquées dans l'organisation de l'impact 6. Pour donc contribuer également ou bénéficier des ressources dédiées à la création d'aires marines protégées en haute mer. Ça, c'est une nouvelle donne qu'il va falloir vraiment intégrer et aussi encourager la création d'aires marines protégées autrières. Il y a un nouveau accord qui a été signé en ce sens et il va falloir aussi qu'on donne corps à cet accord. Et peut-être que l'impact 6 servira de cadre d'essence ou bien de podium pour pouvoir vraiment implémenter ce nouveau cadre. Il y a aussi influencé la prise de décision, puisque de toute façon, ce n'est pas un sommet de négociation, mais il y aura des plaidoyers et des décisions qui seront prises par rapport à l'impact 6. Donc, le dernier slide, c'est un slogan. Hein. Je vous invite donc à vous joindre au processus préparatoire d'impact 6 et à nous rejoindre à Dakar en 2027 pour faire la différence et apporter une contribution décisive lors de cette conférence que le Sénégal organisation en votre nom à tous pour marquer ensemble une étape décisive vers la réalisation de nombreux objectifs mondiaux de conservation tels que les objectifs 30-30 qui nous réunissent aujourd'hui ici à Cali. Donc ensemble, faisons de l'impact un succès mémorable au service des océans et des générations futures. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you especially for bringing the experience from the real ground with the local communities. I think this is really, really important, and we are very happy that this is going to have a strong weight in the new Impact 6. We will not wait till the 7 and 6. We will have also this, and thank you also for including all the networks there in the topic, because when we look back, I missed the first 2 impacts, but in Marseille,
there was only one side event, or one workshop about networks that was co-organized with CAMPAN, with NAMPAN and MEDPAN. The only one in the whole impact. In Chile there were several, quite a number. In Vancouver, more, but here is going to be part of the core agenda. And I think this is a great opportunity, and we appreciate that you really make this possible. So let's move to next block of speakers, which is related to this idea of this global alliance for marine protection and working together, conservation trust funds, networks of conservation trust funds, and networks of marine protected areas managers. So now I'm inviting Carol Martinez to talk about this example of practical cooperation that already exists.
Merci. Muchas gracias, Bobby. So, in order to illustrate the need to foster and deploy cooperation and exchanges between the networks, and I mean networks of marine protected areas, obviously, but as well other networks, including the networks of conservation trust fund, but as well other many relevant networks, for instance, networks of cities involved in marine conservation. I will go a bit deeper and dive a little bit in this specific partnership between MEDPAN as the Mediterranean Network of Marine Protected Area Managers and the existing trust fund dedicated to marine conservation in our beautiful Mediterranean region. So maybe to set the scene and to refresh a bit the mind, actually we are located in one semi-closed sea of the world, a tiny one. It represents less than 1% of the global area of the ocean, but nevertheless it's a very important sea, since it is hosting an important biodiversity, and this is why it is acknowledged as an hotspot. And to date, despite this wealth of marine biodiversity, in terms of marine conservation efforts, we are reaching only 8% of the Mediterranean Sea under protection. So you can sense here again the room for progress to achieve the 30 by 30, not only from, I would say, definitely a numeric point of view, 8 to 30, but as well from a qualitative point of view. And this is actually the whole point of strengthening cooperation, as it has been highlighted before, but deploying partnership. Why is that? Because we all know that the more the tool of marine protected area is efficient, not staying at the state of a paper or declaration, the more we actually have a real effect on the marine biodiversity, and we can actually foster the spillover effect. So, stating the issues of the lack of many effectiveness in several, I would say almost the majority of marine protected areas in the Mediterranean Sea, 3 countries have joined their forces, namely France, Monaco and Tunisia, with the support of the Albert II Foundation, in order to set up a dedicated financial tool, a conservation trust fund, to make sure that the existing efforts can really be useful in supporting existing marine protected areas, and in order to protect the ecosystem in our region. So it's a unique trust fund in our region. It's based in Monaco, and it has been benefiting a lot from former conservation trust fund, former network of conservation trust fund, namely Red Lac, Café, and we learn a lot from existing conservation trust fund and regional conservation trust fund in other regions, such as the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund and others in the world. But maybe I will go back, because there is something interesting to highlight here regarding the collaboration and the partnership between this conservation trust fund and MedFund, and MEDPAN as a partner. Actually, without false humility, we can say that MEDPAN is a father or a mother, I don't know. Anyway, it has been highly involved in the setup of such a financial tool. And in order to pursue this kind of legacy and partnership, Medpan is highly involved in the management of this dedicated conservation trust fund, as Medpan is part of the board of the Med Fund. But furthermore, Medpan is as well part of the review committee of the proposal submitted to this regional conservation trust fund. Why it is interesting as a partnership? Because here we are not talking about mobilizing money only. We are talking about benefiting again from the wealth of knowledge, know-how, information that comes from the ground, that comes from the members of Medpan, as a regional network of marine protected areas, to inform the decision of this financial tool, and thus to make sure that this conservation trust fund can invest where is the most needed to address the needs on the ground. So this collaboration, I would say, is a kind of win-win collaboration, because at the end of the day, the members of Medpan are benefiting from finance, from more funds, to make sure that their management is supported and can be deployed. But on the other hand, the Conservation Trust Fund is benefiting from the information from the ground. So it's really a virtuous circle that we have been able to set up here through this partnership. So you can see here the different strategic and specific funding of the Med Fund. But again, what's interesting to stress here is that as a financial mechanism, the Med Fund is not operating like, I would say, a business as usual organizer or call for proposal, because the niche of the Med Fund is to support the day-to-day management cost of marine protected areas. So actually, Med Fund is not just calling for projects in a random way. It's targeting the real issue, and I will say the most tricky issue for a manager of protected area or marine protected area is to have the money to fund staff, to fund equipment, actually to manage just like that. So thanks to these specifics, actually here the Med Fund has found its own niche regarding other funders in the regions and creates, I would say, complementarity. We are not competing. There is a real added value of this conservation trust fund. And through this way of supporting the managers, we are obviously able to support actions in terms of governance, in terms of surveillance, in terms of scientific monitoring, as well in terms of awareness raising, promotion of ecotourism, but as well management of sustainable fisheries. So again, to illustrate the virtuous circle, through this injection of financial support to the daily management of MPA, you are definitely able actually to address these very important management issues. Another interesting thing to highlight actually in the Med Fund operations is that there is a kind of flexibility and I would say a medium-term collaboration, because as soon as the Med Fund is supporting an MBA and MPA management, it goes through 3 phases. So that unlike, I would say, a business as usual call for proposal, you get selected and you get a round. Actually, the Med Fund is partnering with an MPA through 3 phases. So it means that the partnership with an MPA lasts 15 years. Not a 2 years project, it's 15 years with a smooth phase-out approach. So that is not harsh at the end of the run for the managers. The managers have the time actually to prepare himself, to get equipped, to have a real financial and sustainable financial strategy. So you can see here actually the existing 20 MPAs that have been supported so far by the Med Fund. And what is quite interesting to note is that a lot are actually located in the southern shore of the Mediterranean region, and this is not a surprise, not a hazard, or no question only of quality of submission of application. It's because when you see the map of the existing marine protected areas in the Mediterranean Sea, 98% are located on the northern shore. So again, in order to boost the representativity of marine protected areas in our Mediterranean Sea, the Med Fund is supporting a lot more MPAs in the northern shore. So in a nutshell, this is the key figures of the impact of this conservation trust fund. We have been able, as I said, to support 20 MPAs in 9 countries. We have been definitely able to secure the effective management of those MPAs, but as well to support the extension or the creation of new marine protected areas. But something important to note from a qualitative point of view and from a management point of view, through the funding we do pay attention to the dimension approach so that we make sure that in the management units there is a good representation of women. And at the end of the day, thanks to the different grants, we have been able to support more than 50,000 people of community on the ground. So, learning from this experience and this close collaboration, as we have actually a good experience in terms of added value of cooperation, and as Puri mentioned, thanks to already the idea from the strategy that was designed in 2017, came the need to actually to scale up, or I don't like the word of replicating because it's not a copy-paste exercise, not at all. It's a question of, again, sharing the experience to see if it is suitable, if it is adaptable to other situations. So in order to share this win-win partnership, came this idea of having a global alliance for marine protection in order to foster this strong collaboration between existing marine protected area managers and existing conservation trust funds that are supporting marine conservation. So definitely, when we see the map and the existence of other regional networks of MPAs in other regions for the world, is benefiting for the conservation of coral reefs. So this is why, hand in hand with Puri, we are working with in order to see how in the coming years we could have more of this kind of partnership to make sure that the money is really invested where it's needed in the MPAs, addressing the real needs of management, but as well how the Conservation Trust Fund can benefit from the knowledge, the experience of the manager from the grants. And we are very happy to hear that in the Caribbean there is a facility, an MPA facility in the making. And this gives me a good segue to hand over the microphone to Karen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Oops. Let's make sure it's all together. Am I going the right way? Okay, thank you so much to everybody and for inviting the CBF to participate in this panel discussion. I'm very pleased in particular that I went after Carol and the MPA that's working specifically with MPAs, sorry, the CTF that's working specifically with MPAs, because it's a really nice example, and I would say it's where we want to reach in the Caribbean region with MPAs. But I'll tell you where we are right now. So first, a little bit about the CBF. I think most of you have seen the slide before, the idea that we are working throughout the region on what happens and how do we do long-term funding for a range of conservation efforts. And how do we do it working with national level conservation trust funds as well as at the regional level. Our mandate is broader than just marine, and so we have to make sure and keep that in mind. And we have a range of projects, some working at the regional level. These two work directly with grant making on the ground at the regional level, and then the conservation finance program works through a number of the countries that we are working in throughout the Caribbean. And what we've done recently is add to that what I've been calling more traditional projects, the more the USAID, French related projects that really help with capacity development of those national conservation trust funds, but also with other ideas that we've been toying with as we've learned more about what the Caribbean region could do and might want to do in terms of conservation and conservation management. And one of those things is effective MPA management. So we came into this space with the idea, as you heard, of an MPA facility, the idea that we should have in our endowment something specific to marine protected areas. Our endowment now is country-based and can do a range of activities. So we want to move now today the concept of marine protected areas and a specific facility for that can give funding for marine protected areas. Just to expand the idea, one of the other areas is invasive alien species facility, so that there's specific funding for that. And that we could also set up conservation trust funds that specifically manage the marine protected areas, etc. So that's the idea that we had and that we went to Blue Nature Alliance with for a discussion on what was possible. And what we've done now is frame that under our 30 by 30 goals. We're working with Blue Nature Alliance on the declaration or figuring out what 30 by 30 means in the Caribbean context. But we know that it has something to do with marine protected areas and management of those protected areas. What we've learned in starting this project was to get to the point where we ask the question of how much is needed for effective MPA management in the Caribbean is a long road. And we have a number of MPAs in the Caribbean, strong MPAs. There is a network, there are 2 or 3. There are a number of Caribbean networks of MPA managers, but that cohesion is still needed and some work is needed on the cohesion. The role we play in that, we're helping where we can and facilitating, but we do know that we will work with partners such as SPA, who will of course have a focus on the SPA protected areas. And as I said to them when we met, there are the SPA protected areas, but in the Caribbean, I just want to know about the marine protected areas. And so it's the small ones and the non-SPA ones. And how do we make sure that any protected area MPA manager knows what they can do, what's available to them, etc. So that's, of course, the big vision. But to get there, we need to start somewhere. So the project from Blue Nature Alliance has this political component, and I think some of you were here yesterday when the ministers came and made their declarations and their speeches. But there's also this component of how exactly do we set up this sustainable finance mechanism? What do we need? What could it look like? We are going to be working with McKinsey on this, McKinsey Group, who has a lot of experience in this. But the reality is we didn't even have enough data to give them, and this is now 2 years. There really isn't sufficient data to answer the question of, for a marine protected area, how do we figure out the target for the amount of funds needed for effective management? So we actually had to step way back and start to ask that question in a little more detail. We've done now we are in the middle of doing a gap assessment that asks the question of what's needed for marine protected area management in the Caribbean, and then we will ask the question of how do we even know the number that we should target and that McKinsey should go out in search of funding for, look for in terms of the sustainable finance mechanism. So that is the challenge that we have, but we are working towards that goal. As you can see, there's a political engagement and the sustainable financing aspect to the work that we're doing. Did I go the right way? Did I go back, please? Oh no, this is the second project, sorry. They shouldn't look so similar, the slides. So the second project that I wanted to mention was the blue financing, what we call Bluefin, Caribbean Bluefin, which is funded by the Global Environmental Facility, and ask questions about what blue economy means for the Caribbean region, but again, what does blue economy mean in terms of designing a sustainable finance mechanism so that we're not just doing project by project, that we can come up and have at the end of it a finance mechanism that talks to and thinks about long-term financing for both the livelihood aspects of it, but also for things like conservation. This project has also just started and is for $6 million over 4 years, and we will, under that project, consider things like a blue carbon facility for the Caribbean region. The idea that island by island, we probably can't do a blue carbon trading component in each of our islands, but maybe together as a joint group we could think about it. And it will also just consider the aspects of blue economy knowledge sharing, that there are about a good couple of projects now looking at blue economy in the Caribbean. Let's make sure we're comparing notes, and let's make sure that the information we need complements each other and builds on that program. And that is what we've designed for those two projects. So I would say very quickly, we are still a work in progress in the ideas of what we do for MPA management, but we have touched the space, and as I say, our ideal and our vision is to reach to the goals and the arrangement with that the Mediterranean has. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and then you have your presentation. So now we move to Africa again. The Indigenous Foundation, and then we'll have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you, Perry. And thank you also for inviting International Foundation and Madagascar team for this event today. Then I will talk about how International Foundation ensure the management of marine protected area and community involvement in Madagascar. International Foundation, we are created in 1996. And now we have financed around 1,800 community projects. Then we finance community. Our mission is to mobilize, as a CTF, mobilize and manage funds for conservation in Madagascar. And then, as you can see, we are member of CAFE. CAFE is an African consortium of environmental CTF with 20 members in 19 countries. And then within CAFE, we have the Marine Protected Area group, working group. 6 members from CAFE are members of this working group. It was discussed last year, but it was effectively working effectively for this year. Then let's talk more about Madagascar. Madagascar, we have 2 types of systems of marine resource management. There we have a marine protected area managed by NGOs, by MPA managers. And then we have the local managed marine area managed by community. Then our role is how to ensure the complementarity between the 2 systems. Then Madagascar, we have 2 foundations. The first foundation called Foundation for Biodiversity Protected Area, which finance only the protected area managers. And the Tanime Foundation finance only the communities. Then we have signed last year an MOU to ensure that there is complementarity between 2. Because we know that the more the protected area is well managed, the more the community is excluded or frustrated. Because when the protected area manager have more money, there is more control, more patrol, more tools, more materials, then the community must be excluded by the system. Then we have the Ministry of Blue Economy. I want to note this. Then how we work as a foundation, as a conservation trust fund, we finance directly the community. We ensure that 80% of funds come directly to the community, and we sign an agreement with community, with LMMA, Local Managed Marine Area Organization. But we know that the community could have capacity, a better capacity to ensure, to manage the project, to manage the funds. Then we take as intermediate structure the, we call that supporting partners, which is most of the time the marine protected area managers. Then I've shared some stick. One of our partners called Madagascar National Park, who manage around 44 protected areas in Madagascar, and beyond, and they have 9 marine protected areas in this in their systems. Then we finance community LMMA for 5 years. 80% fund directly to community, to LMMA, and working with the marine protected area managers to ensure that the capacity, to improve capacity of LMMA, and to reinforce also their capacity to manage the project, and to monitor and make an evaluation of community project. Our role at this time is just the strategic partnership with the Ministry of Blue Economy, Ministry of Environment, financial support, project selection, impact monitoring and evaluation. But we don't make the impact of the monitoring of project implementation, but impact monitoring and evaluation of impact of a project. And mainly also, the most important, that we produce tools for the supporting partners and for the local LMA. Then this is the challenge. The main challenge is that, as I said, the capacity of community. Even if because the mission of managers, marine protected area managers, is to manage a protected area, not to support community. Then we have to produce tools according to the main challenges, according to the capacity of the community. Then we have produced the first, I think, in the world, the institutional development standard for community, local community organization, including LMMA organization. And this is the tools. I'll bring one just to show you. These tools includes governance aspects, project management, technical skills, and mainstreaming activities that which have to be mastered by the community organization. And this is the tools to assess and monitor LMMA capacity, to planify capacity development for community organization, to realize capacity development of community organization, and to reassess the change of capacity development of LMMA. Why we did this? Because the marine protected area managers need that the conservation trust fund, the founder, support them to be able to work with community. That's why we are working hard to capitalize our experience around more than 20 years to produce these tools and to ensure that the community and the marine protected area manager can work together to improve the management of marine resources in Madagascar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are arriving to the end of the session, but we still have 5 minutes for questions, comments, please.
My question. Thank you. My question is for Dr. Frank Griffin about Coral Triangle. As you pointed out, the Coral Triangle is probably the most important marine area in the world. And as you probably know also, the nickel industry is generating one of the most important ecocides on Earth actually. The damage is not only to terrestrial ecosystem but also to marine ecosystems, including coral reefs. For example, the photo on my t-shirt was taken in the Labenki Island protected area in southeast Sulawesi. In this ecosystem, there is no life anymore. All is dead. The coral is dead. The seabed grass are dead, and the Bajo people is dying also. There is also very big issues about heavy metal pollution, including hexavalent chromium, cadmium, mercury, and many other. So my question is, what are the possibilities for the CTI to do something in this matter and try to save the Earth of the coral triangle? And are you able to put some pressure on the Indonesian government to take better account of the conservation issues linked with the coral triangle? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not a new issue. It's happening all over the world, and we've been through it even in Papua New Guinea. Now, I'm from Papua New Guinea, and we do have similar situations in Papua New Guinea. But as you will appreciate, the Coral Triangle initiative is like a spread. The multilateral agreements between groups of countries. What we can do as the Secretariat is to highlight the issue. But in terms of putting pressure on individual countries, they are our leaders. They are the ones who actually give us money. They're the ones who support us. They're the ones who actually direct us on what we should and should not do. But in terms of the issue that you have highlighted, that is well documented, and we have actually informed the countries in and around the CT6 region, given the significance of what I had spoken about. But in terms of going on protests and things like that, that's not what CTI is set up to do. We can bring the issue to the meetings and highlight that at the General Assembly meetings. All we can do is we can encourage countries to make sure that when they do have mining operations, they do it in an environmentally friendly or environmentally sustainable way. That's what we can do. We are not a protest group.
Yeah.
But
the
we're not Greenpeace.
growing up like mushroom, you know.
Maybe I can add something. I think it's related to what you said. There is an initiative that's called Let's Be Nice to the Ocean that is asking that to apply the protection principle, not just the precautionary, the protection principle, in a way that we instead of asking for more marine protected areas, we should consider that the global ocean has to be healthy. And when we do want to develop some activity, is the institution or the company, whatever is promoting this, that should demonstrate that it's not harmful for the environment. And obviously this sounds very revolutionary now, but everything 50 years ago, any protection activity we do today was also revolutionary. So we need to start promoting this different approach, that to do actions, we need to prove that those actions will not harm. And this is something we will be pushing at UNOC also, because it's another approach that will reduce a lot the risk of damaging ecosystems as we have today. But we still need to continue pushing. Not everybody is in the position. We need all kinds of institutions. That is why it's interesting working in networks, because you may connect different dimensions. So CTI-CFF is an intergovernmental body, so the Indonesian government is part of CTI-CFF. Apart from the technical knowledge, they respond to an intergovernmental context. But they work with many other actors. So when we were implementing the project, we were operating the WWF Indonesia, and WWF have other ways to put pressure, for instance. So that's why it's so interesting having this species of multiple collaboration, because then you can operate from different points. Comment? Francis?
Just to respond to the question.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. No, it is more the rules of NGO and to be more active. And I think that the communication and display of this industry is your best response.
Yeah, but the media don't want to speak about it.
Thank you. Back to MPL. This is for Karen. It's not a question, it's more a comment. I was part of the development of the medium-sized project of the Med Fund, and the question you raised, like how much do we need for MPA, was really like very important when we developed this proposal. Sorry. And basically we developed a small tool that was applied, I think, to 20 MPA to assess how much money was needed to make sure they were like efficient. So this document, the table is available if you want, and I think maybe, Oriane, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think while you were at Blue Sea, you did the same thing with Guillaume, you did the same thing for, I think, 27 MPA in West Africa, in East West Africa, sorry, where you just like use like a simple quote-unquote Excel table to like evaluate the operating cost on an MPM. And I can send you the report if you want. It's not hard science, but it gives you like a range of an amount that can be needed. Thank you.
Thank you, and actually that leads to my next discussion. So we've heard of those tools, and we also ourselves at CBF did a similar type of gap analysis. Of course, for our islands, the small island developing states, we did it at the national level. What is an MPA management? What is the target at the national level for effective MPA management? But that does lead me to my question of MPA sites versus national MPA management. And for us, it's a little bit of a dilemma. There's this site-by-site management, which is, I'll be blunt, being encouraged here, versus national level discussion of best MPA management across our country. And in the small island states, it's very important to us that we figure out what's most efficient for that process. So I would love the idea of best practices of MPA site management versus national level MPA management. All wrong terms, probably, but the idea I hope comes across. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, you want to read some other input that helps to identify those needs?
Indeed, so in addition to this close collaboration between MedPan and MedFund, actually in order to keep on being updated on the needs, each 4 or 5 years, MedPan with other partners and actually the Regional Activities Center for Marine Protected Areas in the Med, we are organizing what we call the Forum Roadmap process. It brings together the whole marine conservation community in the Mediterranean region to brainstorm about the issues, the challenges, the needs, and to actually encapsulate and specify what is very much needed in terms of marine protected areas management in order to make sure that they can achieve their goals, their targets, that can be efficient. There have been actually in advance of the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework, brainstorming on a roadmap to 2030. So thanks to this 2 years long consultative process, we have been able to define 6 strategic objectives and 32 recommendations. And it goes through a wide range of topics, going through the question of the policy, the governance framework, to obviously the question of data management, but as well a question of gender, to make sure that we go deeper and deeper into the qualitative dimension of management of marine protected areas. So we are more than happy to share this document for you to see how a whole community of practice on marine conservation can define its own roadmap to translate at a regional level what this has been decided at the international level. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carol. I think we end with the time for today, but I think it was a nice taste of how useful it is to have those spaces to exchange our experience, our challenges, and our solutions. So you are invited to join this global process, and
we hope we will have more opportunities of working together and also supporting all those other people that are not here today, but they have exactly the same challenges. And then this is the objective of this global network, and I really want to thank each of you, to thank the ACRI for the space and all the partners, and yeah, looking forward to work with all of you and have a safe trip back home, because I think not except from the Colombian people, all the others will have a long trip. Thank you very much. Yeah, photo, yeah.
The last one.
The last one. My camera is full.
That's what I was doing.
The new one.
No, that was I was doing. I was cleaning up
Francis, je vais mettre.
Ah oui.
Attends.
Coral.
Ah, the background.
Ah voilà. Merci beaucoup.
I know this slide story.
Yeah, you know? We build on the experience.